All right, I have 5 o'clock. Do we have a quorum? I do not see Ms. Gonzalez. But we do have a quorum, so hopefully she'll join us in just a minute. We'll go ahead and call this Round Rock Independent School District Board of Trustees called board meeting to order Thursday, May 7th, 2020. It is 5 o'clock, and we will give Jennifer just a minute to put the flags up for us, and we will do the pledge. All right, if everybody can stand, I pledge allegiance to the flag,
To the flag,
States of America,
of the United States,
to the republic for which it stands,
one
one nation,
God,
under God,
one
indivisible.
liberty and justice for all.
indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance
to be Texas,
one state under God,
one.
one and indivisible. All right, thank you. So now we are on public comment, and we actually have our first public speaker tonight, and I will read real quick. At each board meeting, the board will set aside time to afford the general public an opportunity to speak on items on the agenda. Concerns or complaints regarding specific individuals should not be raised in public forum. They should be considered separately according to applicable board policies. The board requests that comments, whether positive or negative, be courteous and respectful. I would like to remind the viewers that the comments of the speakers reflect their own positions or opinions. No speaker will be permitted to engage in any conduct that is disruptive. A speaker may be muted if they are not speaking on an agenda item or are using profane language. The speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Mr. Math will be the designated timekeeper. Our speaker is John Basie and will be speaking on agenda item F1. We'll give Jennifer just a minute to bring him in for us. Oh.
You want to wait a minute? Just give them a fair shot, give them a minute, and then we move on.
Okay. Because he did email earlier asking for the code, so I know he was ready and waiting just a few minutes ago.
He just sent us an email that said he's waiting still for the Zoom link.
Patty did send it to him, but we'll resend it right now.
Thanks. All right. Can we tell Jennifer if he's been able to get in?
The link was just sent again, so if we could
Okay.
just give him a moment.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting, I was thinking today when we get to our discussion items, maybe we'll do it alphabetically this time, so Mason and Steve can go back to the middle where they feel more comfortable. If that's that's okay with everybody. Okay. All right.
Hi, everybody. This is John Bays with Ag Global. I appreciate you letting me join you today. First of all, as a member of the school district, I have my wife's at Caldwell Heights as a third grader. I have 2 kids at Round Rock High School, and I'm a member of the St. William's Church and a Triumph Core Team member. And then I have a son, Ashton Offey, who's in 8th grade at Walsh Middle School. So as a parent and a family member, I really appreciate all the leadership that you're giving our community. I sent everybody a package. I encourage everyone to go through it. Our bid on the synthetic turf track and the 2 field replacements, I understand how important they are. And I'm counting on you on your duties that I know every one of you hold dearly to our families and our taxpayers. And it's really 3 areas. Number one, we were actually $173,000 low bid on this project. The construction phase is very straightforward, resurfacing of track and 2 replacement of turfs. And we've done that throughout our history over 16 years. The subcontractor we brought in, VibraWorld, was actually pre-approved. We've had some issues in a previous bid. So actually at Global, we were pre-approved in the bid itself as a turf manufacturer and a contractor. And we submitted a full compliance to the bid. Now, number one, as you know, the Texas statute requires that if a low bidder is not recommended, we're supposed to have the opportunity to present information for your evaluation prior to a decision being made. The next thing, the RFP document itself also talked about how the district has the right to get interviews, get additional evaluation, so that additional evaluation points can be issued. We were never contacted. We contacted Ms. Slape continuously to volunteer more information. The fact is, we did comply. We were pre-approved. Our installer has 40 years experience, is our lead NFL installer. So I assigned our A team, if you will, to the project. Our subcontract track installer has done thousands of tracks, has been in business for decades. The managers are certified field builders and track builders. And also just common sense would tell you that if you're 173,000 low, you should get a phone call. I have never seen where we don't get a phone call for being that low. And we've been doing this for a long time, since 2004. The other thing that's important is just from a fiscal responsibility. There's opportunities during this purchasing cooperative to negotiate with the vendors. And in our case, we have offered additional technical value because we understand the scoring system. It was a little bit vague in terms of how you would actually allocate those 50 points, but we offered a 10-year warranty. I'm sorry?
That's 3 minutes. I didn't give you a 30-second warning, so please wrap up.
Okay. We introduced a tremendous amount of player safety measurements, some upgrades equal to what we've done at the NFL level, and the safety of our kids are of utmost important. So I'm counting on you to give us the additional 1.8 points and award us the project from a player safety standpoint, fiscal responsibility, and your duty according to Texas statute. I sent you a complete package, and I appreciate you reviewing it. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will go to our next agenda item, which is D, closed session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, the board will consider using notice of proposed non-renewal to the Chapter 21 term contract high school teacher.
Madam President, you may also wish to take into closed session the item that the gentleman just spoke to, in case you have any need to consult with your attorney on that matter.
Is it the same
551071, and to consult with your attorney regarding the approval of the award of the request for a cooperative quote on item number F1.
So pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, the board will also consult with an attorney regarding the cooperative quote for bond projects for track resurfacing and turf replacement.
Thank you.
All right. So we will be taken into closed.
Right.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. There it is. All right. So we are now back in session, and we did have a request to move action item F1 off of the consent agenda and down to H, section H. So Doug said I don't need a motion for that. I can just move it.
That's right.
So
Yes,
we
ma'am.
will just move F1 into section H. So we are action items 2 through 6 at this point. Do I have a motion?
Madam, I move to adopt 2 through 6, F2 through 6 by consideration by consent.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve action items F2 through 6 by consent. I can actually see everybody on the screen. Let's just do a hand raise for this one. All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, I see Mr. Math, so it's 7-0. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to item G, discussion items 2020-2021 budget. Dr. Flores.
All right, G1. It is, in fact, Dr. Kenneth Audick's presentation tonight on the budget. But before I hand it to Dr. Audick to begin this important discussion, I'd like to again say thank you to each of you and the entire community, emphasizing how proud I am of Round Rock ISD and of all our dedicated employees who have demonstrated courage, dedication, commitment, and selflessness beyond my wildest expectations throughout this pandemic. I particularly want to say a huge word of thanks to our teachers. We are celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week this week, and I had the honor of surprising our District Teachers of the Year, Kat Malone from Success High School and Miss Jill Payton from Forest North Elementary, with the news that they were selected as this year's District Teachers of the Year. As we prepare to discuss the compensation plan for next year, I want to say we know these are uncertain times, but thanks to our first-class fiscal management in Round Rock ISD, we are in a position to provide hopefully a modest salary increase and a plan for as we plan for an uncertain future. We understand that many during this time have lost their jobs or are experiencing furloughs. But in public education, our neighboring and peer districts are offering salary increases, and the field will only become more competitive. For some of our employees, they have now become the primary breadwinner in their households as spouses and partners experience layoffs or reduced pay. For all these reasons, we will be recommending tonight a 2% salary increase for the upcoming year. We all wish it could be more. It needs to be more to keep us competitive with our neighboring districts, but we do feel this is appropriate at this time. What we do know for certain is we cannot afford to undermine our workforce and lose talent. After our schools reopen, mitigating learning gaps will be more crucial than ever, and we will need talented individuals on our campuses and in our district offices to ensure our students continue to excel. And I know this board wants what's best for staff, students, and community, and I understand the concerns that are out there. But you have the benefit, board, of a leadership team whose members individually have decades of experience in public education. We know where we need to invest, and we know how to make wise decisions that are fiscally prudent and protect and enhance this organization. So tonight, Dr. Audick will present the budget to date, and then the compensation plan will be in order shortly thereafter. So without further ado, Dr. Audick.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Good evening, President Weir, members of the board, and Dr. Flores. Tonight I will be giving you the latest budget update. Our last budget meeting was on April 16th, and we covered a lot of this material then, so I'm not going to go line by line through the presentation again, but I will address things that have changed since the last meeting and some additional analysis that's been done. So with that, Jennifer, if you will put the presentation up and go to slide 2, please. So to begin with, we'll start with our budget calendar. As you can see, we're literally halfway through the process of meetings that are scheduled. Tonight, we're at May 7th, where we're doing a budget update. And then once I get done with the budget and answering any questions you might have, then Annette Vieira will present the compensation plan recommendation to the board. Our next tentative meeting, it's scheduled as tentative on June the 4th. I'd be recommending that we go ahead and, if the board approves, to go ahead and just schedule that as our next meeting on June the 4th. Then the board is going to be asked on June the 18th to adopt the 2021 budget. And then on September the 17th is when the actual adoption of the 2021 tax rate is scheduled for. So, Jennifer, if you'll go to the next slide, please. So in terms of the assumptions, the first assumption hasn't changed since the previous meeting. I did on the next couple of them basically be more conservative, just to literally for that intent of creating as conservative of a budget on the revenue side, given all the uncertainty and unknown. The previous budget had modeled a 99.5% tax collection rate, which is what we've averaged over the last 5 years. The 1% reduction to 98.5 is literally slightly lower than our previous 14-year low, which was 98.7 back in the time frame of the 2008-2009. In terms of ADA, the previous, back on the 16th, we'd assumed 500 increase in ADA. This reduces that to 375. Again, just being conservative, lowering our ADA to 95.5. Our 10-year low is 95.8. In the board update that Patty sent out to you today that answered several questions that board members asked, it showed the 5-year average is right around 96% even. So this would be assuming 0.5% less next year than what our 5-year average has been. So those are sort of two things that drive the budgeted revenue down. On line item 4, new news type of thing is that we're expecting up to $3 million of funding from the CARES Act. As I previously said, there's still a lot unknown type of thing in terms of all the things we'll have to do to apply for it, the recommendations to it, but the language to it is pretty broad, and I think we won't have any problem meeting the expense requirements to ensure that we receive that $3 million of funding. That's expected to be received in not this fiscal year, in next fiscal year. Our fiscal year runs July 1 to June 30. So the expectation is that money would come in after July 1. No change to the line item 5 with the taxable property values increasing at 4%. The very low interest rate, the previous rendition had assumed a $6 million decrease. This assumes a $5 million decrease because we still are, even though the interest rates are low, we still will be expecting some interest income next year. Then still the recommendation is still for the 2% pay raise in the district covering the medical insurance. So that is still there. Then in line item 8, going to be spending time on the next slide talking about that because this is a real important component, and we've had a lot of emails and discussions about this. When you boil it all down, when we talked on April the 16th, the obvious concern amounted to how do we make a wise decision and balance the need of the district to attract and retain the high level of talent the district is known for to provide the best education for our students, while at the same time making sure that we don't put ourselves in an unsustainable cost position given the uncertain economic environment and the likely decrease in state funding starting in 21-22. So, Jennifer, if you'll go to slide 4, please. So the important piece here on that, and this is a new slide that wasn't that I put together since our last presentation, because what I wanted to show is literally, okay, what is our cost structure currently, and what would it be if we layered on the cost of the incremental cost from the proposed recommendation that the administration is making tonight. So the first line you see, and these numbers are in thousands, is that the forecast for this year, so when we end in June 30, what we expect our total salaries and benefit cost to be is $377 million. And that forecast, I truly believe is a very solid number, because what that's based on is what our total payroll has been in the first 10 months. So we've lived all of our payroll from July 1 to April 30. We know that's a known number. And then the annualization of that number is literally taking that number times 1.2 to go from 10 months to 12 months. And there's the number. So I feel real solid that that's what our payroll should come in at, is right around $377 million. Then the next line is literally, as you've seen in the budget, the price tag that TASB is recommending and administration is recommending in terms of 2% raise, market adjustments, all the other adjustments, is $12.1 million. So if we tap the gavel and we did that, we'd add $12.1 million to our cost structure, plus the TRS on that salary would be 6.5%, and then the medical insurance of covering to where increasing that contribution that the district makes toward employees' health care, that's another $1 million of cost. So with that, the expectation that if the board approved this, we would be adding roughly $14 million to our cost structure, and we would expect our costs next year for salaries and benefits to come in just over $391 million. And that's as firm and solid a number, and I truly believe that would be what we'd expect our payroll cost to come in at next year if we did this. In our budget for next year, the current budget proposal has budgeted salaries and benefits $10 million above that. So the current budget proposal is $401 million. So we've got $10 million of room in our budget over and above what we actually expect our payroll costs to be. With that $10 million, the good thing about it, it does a couple of things. One, it gives us the flexibility that, hey, given all the uncertainty, would we need to maybe add staff when school comes back? Are we virtual? Are we, business as usual? Are we a hybrid approach? What would we need in terms of cleaning and all those kind of things that we know are uncertainty? Well, with what the board approved last year in the budget for the 1920 year that we're living, the board approved $7 million of new positions. We've only actually filled $1.5 million of those positions. So we still have $5.5 million of board approved positions that we could address, giving us the flexibility to add staff in whatever areas we need as we know more and as we start living the experience and become, bottom line, have more information to make an informed decision about what our staffing needs are. So we have that ability, that flexibility, given the $5.5 million of unfilled positions. The remaining $4.6 million is simply on a budgeted payroll of $400 million. You're going to have staff over the course of the year that, won't be there. There's going to be turnover. There's going to be unfilled positions. So you basically have another 1% just for that reason. So with this, you can see where our budget is of $401 million. We truly expect with that $401 million, we should beat that budget if the board were to approve the recommendation. So that's the message on the numbers here on slide 4. So Jennifer, if you'll take us to slide 5. So this is the revenue component and a side-by-side comparison between the 1920 budget and the proposed 2021 budget. I'll take you through what's changed since the presentation on back in April. So as I referred to in the assumptions, we lowered the assumed collection rate down 1%. And so that lowered the budgeted revenue from current year collections to $371.3 million. Then on the state revenue, lowering the ADA reduced some funding, but then we added $3 million of funding as a result of the expectation of getting that from CARES. And then also we've added students on the CTE side, and that's given us some additional revenue based on information that Delynn sent me since the past meeting. We basically truly expect to have more CTE students next year than what was in the previous budget rendition. So with that, the total revenue in the budget for next year is $441.4 million. To give perspective, the difference between that and what was it when we talked on April 16th, it's $500,000 up from the last time that we talked. So pretty much the same revenue that we were talking about before is what we're talking about tonight. Literally about a $2 million year-over-year budgeted increase on the revenue piece. So next slide, please. So on the expense side, starting the first set of numbers is salaries and benefits. So on line 17, you'll see that these numbers haven't changed since the previous rendition. I changed the wording on the 2021 on line 17 for 2021 to literally just call it a run rate adjustment. We're not taking any staff away or anything like that. We're simply adjusting our cost structure to a run rate, and you've seen the logic that supports that. The total salaries on line 21 is the 401.5 that I just got done referencing on the previous slide. Then on line 25 on the department's budget, a couple of items that have changed on that. We added $200,000 for dispatch, given that we're now going to be transitioning our SRO program from contracting that out to over the course of next fiscal year, school year, literally bringing that all in-house. We've gotten information back from Wilco that the price tag for their dispatch would be $200,000. So I've added that to the budget. We've added $400,000 to the budget for cleaning and disinfecting campuses and the buildings that we operate in. And so those are the main differences between that and the previous time that we talked. On line 26, we've updated the food service allocation based on the budgeted cost and increase that from the prior allocation to $1.8 million. That money you'll ultimately see when we talk in June on the food service budget. You'll see that's a cost to the food service because shared operating costs, we're going to be charging the food service budget $1.8 million for those shared operating costs for electricity and water, that sort of thing. Then on line 27, we've lowered, or actually on the strategic plan and innovation initiatives, the previous rendition was $500,000 that was in there for strategic plan. We added $150,000 to the innovation initiatives, given that some of the money that was spent this year, there's still $150,000 worth of projects that haven't been completed. And so we added that money in next year's budget so that those projects that have already been approved and started would have the money to finish them out. So the total allocations in next year's budget is 49.3, slightly down about $700,000 from the current year's budget. So that puts our total expense at 450.8, which is $4.5 million over last year, and gives us a budget deficit of $9.4 million. On line 34, though, you see that just like in April, I said, hey, I expect us to beat this budget by $10 million. Well, you can see the logic from when we talked on slide to the other slide that, hey, payroll should win by $10 million because the proposed cost structure would come in $10 million less than the budget amount that we have in here. So give you another kind of just side-by-side sort of comparison to sort of just, hey, cut all this down to just sort of one statement. If you took the budget that the board approved, unanimously last year and said, okay, what's the difference in revenue between that and this one? We're basically up $2 million in revenue from last year and $4.5 million of costs. So very similar budgets in terms of dollar amounts between the 2 years, and there's no plan to use fund balance with the current proposal, and so that's that perspective taking you through the recommended budget for 2021. Jennifer, if you go to slide 7, please. This slide simply shows 2 additional scenarios of what happens if the third line, like the third column of numbers, the first 2 column of numbers we just got done discussing. The third column would be what happened if we didn't grow at all. Like if ADA didn't increase 375, it just stayed flat year over year. And then the fourth column would be what happened if we not only didn't grow, but if ADA declined from where it currently is at this year. And so when you go to the total revenue at the bottom, to just kind of give you what that change in math is, with no ADA growth, we would lose $2.6 million of revenue. If we had a 1% decline in revenue from, like if you went from no ADA growth to a 1% decline, you'd lose $300,000. Now, that's an obvious thing of that doesn't pass the smell test of how in the world could you lose that many students, but then the funding not go down as well. So what I'm gonna get to that, and I've got a slide in here to explain that, and I'll walk you through the math of that in a second. But I just wanted to lay out, okay, those are the two scenarios that have been added. On the next slide, on slide 8, this cost structure, this is simply a deal of, not changing anything on the expense side, simply adjusting the revenue down. So if you look at line 32 in terms of what impact that would have on the bottom line, that's simply the loss in revenue that we talked about. So the deficit would go from the proposed deficit of roughly $9 million to $12 million to then a $12.3 million shortfall. So that's the message out of slide 8. So Jennifer, if you'll go to the next slide, slide 9. This lays out the math of how the funding actually works. And if you're not into math, you might take this time to get yourself a little drink. But for those of you that are, I'll walk you through the math. So starting with the first column of numbers is literally what we're budgeting to do. And so the total cost of tier 1, and tier 1 kind of give you a decoder ring. When we talk tier 1, that's the first 93 cents of our M&O tax rate. So the total M&O tax rate is composed of 2 tiers, tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1 is 93 cents. The golden pennies, or tier 2 is the other 4 pennies of our tax rate. So the way state funding works is it basically says, look, all these kids we've been talking about having, and they have different weights and different levels of funding depending upon the type of child that we're educating. But the total cost, or the total cost of tier 1, the state is saying, look, given our kids and the types they are, all that kind of thing, we're entitled to get $385.3 million for those students that we're projecting to educate next year. Then the state doesn't say, and we'll write you a check for all of that. The first thing they do is say, well, hey, how much of that can you raise locally based on your tax rate? If your tax rate was just the 93 cents, how much of that can you raise locally based on your proposed current year values? And so with that, we could raise $363.5 million locally. So that gets taken away. We've got to come up with that ourselves. The next line it's called State Available School Fund. And what this does is literally a separate math that says, okay, for this year, we get $400 in funding for every ADA that we had, not this year, but last year, okay? Or not 2021, but 1920. And so we'd be entitled with that to be $19.4 million. So the state basically says, look, since I'm going to be giving you $19.4 million from the ASF, the remainder will come from the foundation school program called State Share, is $2.3 million. So the state's going to pull from a different well to give the 2.3. So that covers the math of what we're going to get from the tier 1. Then in addition, those 4 golden pennies will get $11 million from the state for that. And then the CARES piece, that $3 million that we talked about in total, you'd also add that. So that bold line around those 4 numbers above the 35.8, that's where that total share of state funding comes from, of 35.8. So that's on the growth scenario. If we didn't grow at all, so then go back to the top line of total cost of tier 1, well, that makes logical sense in that, okay, you're 375 fewer kids. It would make sense that you'd see a reduction in the amount of money that you're entitled to. The thing about it then, though, is that, okay, then you start going through the haircuts. Well, the local tax has nothing to do with how many kids you have. So the haircut for local tax is the same under all 3 scenarios, the $363.6 million. Likewise, what we're going to get from that available school fund doesn't change because it's not based on next year's ADA. It's based on this year's ADA. So both the taxes and that state ASF are constant numbers. They don't change regardless of the scenario. So we still get that 19.4. Then, because if you were quick with math and you added those two lines together, those two numbers actually exceed the amount of total Tier 1. So there's no additional state share of Tier 1 amount because we've already received that through our local tax and the ASF. So the state's basically holding up their hands and say, we're not giving you anything more than what you've already gotten from your local tax piece and what we're giving you out of the ASF. And then Tier 2 goes down slightly because that's tied to what your ADA is in the current year. And so there's a slight reduction there. The CARES doesn't change. And so total state share goes down the $2.6 million that we talked about before. Then finally, the third rendition of a 1% decline, same kind of thing. Makes logical sense on the total cost because you've lost kids, you should lose funding. Local tax doesn't change. The ADA, because that's tied to the prior year ADA, the ASF amount doesn't change. And so the state share of Tier 1 doesn't change. And then Tier 2, the state aid falls because you've got fewer kids. CARES doesn't change. And so you've got about a $300,000 reduction in terms of total state share. So that's the logic. One thing just to sort of note, and Corey asked about this, is basically, okay, at what point would recapture kick in? Like how many kids would you have to lose before you would start getting recaptured? And round numbers, it would be if from our current ADA, if you lost over 2,000 students, about 2,100 students, that's when recapture would start to kick in. And so just so that you sort of know that. But given everything, to me, the one sentence takeaway from this is if things were really bad from an ADA perspective and you losing 1% ADA when, hey, the demographer is expecting us to grow by 500 students and I'm projecting us to grow by 375, even assuming 0.5% less ADA. So I'm being conservative in my budget. But even if you just took we're going to lose students next year, you have that downside protection there. So anyway, just kind of information for you there. So that's slide 9.
Can I just ask a quick question, just because we're here? So this same scenario was given to the Leander board, and when they lost 1%, they went down $3 million. And is it just because we're in this sweet spot of like on the verge of recapture that we don't have a decrease? Or can you explain why when they lost from no growth to 1% decline, they went down 3 million, but when we have the same decline, we don't?
Right. And it's literally that weird piece because I was at Pflugerville for a lot of years, and this kind of scenario never hit there. Normally it was a deal of, hey, if you lost kids, it was just a linear piece there, because as long as like in the growth scenario where that state share is, hey, as you lose kids, you're losing that state share. But in that piece, in that sweet spot, as you called it, that's in that place where you basically have the protection. But then, so once you get outside of that, call it sweet spot, then it's a 1-for-1 kind of deal. If you lose kids, you're just getting that linear loss in revenue from those kids. Okay. So if you go to slide 10, please. All right, and so this information here, these first two slides you've seen before, and simply the first one is a comparison of currently 1920, what our starting teacher salary is against peer districts, basically the Dallas-Fort Worth, Houston area. You see we're at the bottom there at $49,300. We're anywhere from $4,700 to $7,400 less than those districts in their starting teacher pay. That's literally driven, when you look at the tax rate, all of those districts but Louisville have a higher tax rate. With higher tax rates, you have more money in order to pay staff with. And to kind of give perspective, for us, every penny is $6 million of additional revenue. So, that's just sort of perspective there. So no different from this. You saw that same slide last month. If you go to the next slide, this then is the same slide as well, only it's compared against our local districts and what the starting teacher pay is locally. Last year, before House Bill 3, we were dead last in terms of starting teacher pay. With the money that we got from House Bill 3, board put that into salaries and medical benefits. We literally put $22 million of salary, $2 million of medical contribution to get us from last to fifth out of 11th. And so that's what this slide reflects. As we talked about before, of our 10 surrounding communities, 6 of them have a higher tax rate than us. And so that's kind of perspective there. If you go to the next slide, slide 12, what I did here was simply said, okay, that was the rearview mirror. What is with what we know and what we're assuming we know are kind of like estimates that we think are educated estimates of what we think surrounding districts either have done or are expected to do. What kind of competitive environment does that put us in when it comes to starting teacher salaries for the 2021 year? And so where you can see, for example, with Pflugerville, before they were $700 above us and they were in third place. Their board has approved a 3% raise. They're now currently expected to be the top paying district locally and be $2,200 above what our current teacher pay is. Hutto has also adopted a 3% raise, so they would move from below us to above us and be at $50,000. And you see what the other estimated increases are. We don't know the bottom 3, the Del Valle, Maine, or Hayes. We simply don't know, so haven't updated those numbers. So if we were to do nothing in terms of our pay raise and these estimates came in and the 2 knowns obviously wouldn't change, we would move from 5th out of 11th to 8th out of 11th. One of the things that I'll just sort of let you know in terms of, because and Annette will get into, and Tasby will get into more detail on this, because the recommendation is not only speaks to the 2% adjustment, but also a market adjustment. And I'll speak to the importance of the market adjustment, and I'll give you perspective. Since transportation reports up to me, it's a prime example of how important the market adjustment is for staff, in that what the board knows, what Dr. Flores knows, what I know is that, hey, if a bus is late, if it's overcrowded, if there's not a driver and it doesn't show up, or it's late to school, you're going to hear about it. Dr. Flores is, I am, Tina Fawcett, who runs the show for our transportation department, is going to hear about it, because the community wants and obviously has an absolute expectation that their kids are going to be safely transported to school on time. Well, last year for this year, for 1920, the board gave a huge increase to drivers, a $3 an hour increase. And so we increased our starting driver wage to $19.03 an hour, okay, which that was a big market adjustment for drivers. The reality is Pflugerville, right next door to us, took their drivers to $20 an hour. So Mike Brassfield, who's their manager, I literally texted him earlier this week and I said, look, were you short drivers this year? He said, no, we were fine. Staff wasn't driving, all that sort of thing. Tina Fawcett's team was always driving. I mean, some days, literally every mechanic, every admin person that could drive was driving. So a 5% differential, where they were at 20, we were at 19, they were staffed, we weren't. That's how important being at market is. And where they've done their increase, their starting wage is going to $21 an hour. So now they're not $1 above us, they're $2 above us. So I'm absolutely concerned that if we did nothing to adjust, and just using drivers as an example, if we did nothing, I can't imagine that we're going to have better service next year being $2 behind our neighbor right next door than we would be at being $1 behind. So just wanted to sort of give you that as context of, one of the reasons why we believe it's important to, be at a competitive market wage for our employees. So if we'll go to the next slide, please. So this next slide gets into basically have kind of just the conversation, because there's obvious concern. Hey, even though in my mind and possibly in your mind, and looking at the 2021 proposed budget, to me it looks very solid. I mean, I'm not, as from my lens, I'm not worried. I mean, it's my job to worry. And if I'm worried, I'll tell you I'm worried about, man, is this a doable budget, or are we setting ourselves up for failure? I don't think in any way we've set ourselves up for failure with the proposed budget. I think given everything, it's a wise budget recommendation to give to y'all. Hey, we're making the recommendation. It's y'all's job to make the decision, but I feel solid that the 2021 budget we're recommending is a solid budget. Then it becomes the obvious next question is, okay, that all might be well and good, but where are we positioned beyond that? Let's plan for that unknown future. And what are we going to be looking at if we did this? If we pulled the trigger on this tonight, what would happen to us in the unknown of 21-22? And hey, we could talk all through the night. We could talk all next week and for a month, and we could still be talking given all the unknowns that are out there. So what this scenario is, and I'll cover it in a second, but it simply says, hey, if total funding were to be cut 5%, what would that look like on the revenue side? What would be some things on the expense side that would, and I just tried to position us to where we'd be to sort of the same bottom line that we are in this year's budget, be around a $10 million budget deficit. So here is the logic of that. And that's simply, hey, if property values went down $1 billion, if ADA increased 400, you have the 5% loss, which is, hey, round numbers, it's $20 million loss in revenue. Just on same student count, it would assume we're losing $20 million in revenue year over year. With on assumption 5, no pay raise, no change in medical contribution. We know we're planning to open elementary 35 and a pool, so that's going to have impact on our cost structure. And then the staffing piece, which is really should have changed that wording. That was old wording. Basically, the run rate kind of piece is the logic piece, and then the department allocation.
I don't know for everybody. I didn't know if I was here. So before we go on, I wanted to make sure it was just me and not everybody.
Okay.
And I don't think it was me. Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you were breaking up pretty bad, Mason. Did you?
No, I'll fix it. Yeah, I got kicked out. I didn't know if it was me or everybody, so I just wanted before.
I got kicked out too. I got kicked out.
Okay.
This is Amber Feller.
Okay. Well, if you will take me to the next slide, to slide 14. Okay. So the numbers that are on here, what I'm going to start with is simply, here's the most important thing to me, is because, as I've probably told you before, I know I've told the people around here, the way my mind works is I look at things in terms of a process, and you're either setting yourself up for success with your process, or you're setting yourself up for failure with the process that you put in place. And so the process that we've put in place here in Round Rock is setting ourselves up that each year, every budget year, it's going to bring its own rodeo with it in terms of what are the decisions. And the analogy I use is what's going to be the size of the cup, that how much money do we have? Okay. And so we don't have that information right now. I mean, we could throw all these darts, educated darts, guesses, all that kind of thing. Bottom line, we don't know at this time what's going to be our reality in 21-22. What we absolutely do know is that we have a process in place here so that regardless of what comes, we've got a process to then say, what are we going to do about it? Okay. And I'll just walk you through some logical pieces to that. Okay. We're sitting here in December, January, December later this year in January. Okay. Things we're going to come to find out is, okay, what does it look like? How much is the state going to cut? Given that whatever that reduction potentially is, then the question to the board and to the community is, look, the state could say, I'm taking money away. What our local community is going to have to decide, just like every surrounding community around us, is, look, are we willing to adjust our tax rate to offset any of that loss? If the state reduced their funding by $6 million, are our taxpayers willing to change the tax rate a penny to make up that $6 million? That's a decision every district around us has got to make. It's not an easy decision, anything like that, but the funding, given that 90% of our cost structure is people cost money, all that kind of thing. It's bottom line. It's just a decision that's going to have to be made. First, we have to know what the level of funding is from the state. Then we're going to have to decide, hey, are we willing to offset any of that with our local tax rate? Yes or no? Okay, that's a question. How many students are we projecting to add the following year? We've made a conservative estimate in terms of property value collection rate for this next year. Is that going to change for the following year? Are we going to get any federal stimulus funding? Then I'll be asking the board, what do you want our bottom line to come in at? With all of that information, that then fundamentally decides the size of the cup. Hey, you'll know, I'll run the logic that we're using. This, given everything that we've said we're going to do, that gives us this much money. Whatever that amount is, that's going to be how much money we then have, because we're going to take that unknown, and by then, even if we're having to make some assumptions at that point, we'll have a whole lot better information then than we have now. And with that, you then take that information and you say, okay, now you have meetings. We're going to set it up to where we start meeting with the principals, every department head, and say, look, same information I'm sharing with you is going to be shared with everybody that works for us. Here's how much money we have. We know what we want as an overall district. We want to give our kids the best education that we can, but there's only so much money. So Economics 101, how do you put that limited resource to the highest and best use? And that's what we'll do. Regardless of what that number is, when you get done talking, that's what's going to be done. And it might not be as bad as we thought. It might be worse than we're thinking right now. But whatever that is, that's our process that we're going to use to address that. So all that to say, the numbers in terms of a scenario here are simply that. They're in no way intent or purpose. It'd be an absolute mischaracterization to say this 21-22 is administration's proposed budget already for 21-22. That's absolutely not true. It's simply the board's asked for, hey, let's see what this kind of looks like from a math perspective. And so with this, if you just looked at line 11 on total revenue, that would be down $11 million, kind of with the assumptions that I laid out. It would be an $11 million reduction. That's kind of the message from this sheet. Again, it's simply a hypothetical. If we lost 5% and just Kenneth taking a guess at, okay, cut 5%, add some students, all that sort of thing, what would that yield? It would basically be an $11 million overall reduction in terms of total revenue on line. And then if Jennifer, if you go to the next page on 15, just sort of speak to, this gets on the expense side of, and line 17 would be a run rate adjustment. We know that in our current proposed budget, we've got $10 million of room remaining in the proposed budget for next year. So if you just fast forwarded a year, there's still $7 million you could take. You could even take $10 million out as far as that goes. I just took 7 out. Again, we're just talking hypothetical, all that sort of thing. But you could adjust your run rate down to where you left very little pad in your budget, but you still weren't, reducing any actual staff count as part of it. Then if there was no raise, no medical contribution, if we were going to do, medical contribution is really something where to really do it right, you want to be at that point in time when you make your decision to actually see, okay, I've lived the experience. I know what my current cost structure is. Do I need to add more? And, yes or no. If so, then is the district willing to make that contribution, or does that come out of the employee's paycheck? At this point, it's simply, hey, this model has both of those zeroed out. If we were going to do what we did this year and put $1 million, then it would obviously change our cost structure by $1 million. So that's that component. On line 25 with the departments, just assumed a 5% department reduction. Again, nothing but throwing a dart there. And then line 27, if you zeroed out strategic plan and innovation initiatives, that would take $650 out of this year's proposed budget and put total allocations at $46.4, and it would have total expenses dropping roughly $10 million year over year and a deficit at $10.5 million. And that's with, on the revenue side, assuming a 1 penny tax change increase next year. But again, all of the whole purpose of this is to simply give you a high level, hey, you want to see a scenario with some real high level early assumptions. This is that. It's nothing. It's the farthest thing from a recommendation or a proposal, anything like that. It's simply to give you perspective. So that's 15. Then Jennifer, if you'll go to 16, please. These next slides haven't changed. I'll just, the information that's on slide 16 is simply that this compares what our ADA per teacher in column 1 and ADA per FTE full-time equivalent is. We're currently third last fiscal year we were third out of the 11 surrounding districts. And so if you look at the average of the surrounding districts basically we average a half more student per teacher and per FTE than our surrounding districts do. And so this is a measure of efficiency, basically, because 90% of your cost is people. So we're staffed more efficiently, by a half of a student than our surrounding districts on average, and we are third out of 11. Then, and I'm not going to, I guess the rest of these slides don't change, so I'm not going to go over them again. I will just let you know, if you haven't noticed it already, that I did add the department allocations that we sent out to the department managers. So that detail is in there. So you now have the department allocations, the campus, and the library allocations. So I'm going to take a breath and try to answer any questions that you have before we then turn it over to Annette for the compensation piece.
Okay, I can't see everybody yet, so we'll wait just 1 second. Oh, there we go. Actually, do we want to go alphabetical order? I know, Corey, you're going to have a lot. I actually have a lot of questions. Chad, do you want to go first this time, and we'll just go through alphabetically?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure these other questions will be brought up, but for right now, just to make it quick, on page 18, your student-teacher ratio back there, Kenneth, you said Round Rock is third or whatever. And then I noticed that the number of employees changes every time I see a different story. It sounds like we have 7,000 employees. There's 8,000 employees. Teachers, I mean, I don't need it right now, but I would like a verification of what qualifies as a teacher. Is that coaches? Is that instructors? And because that could skew the number, how it looks. But again, I've seen several stories where there's 7,000 employees and then other times it's 8,000. I just don't remember a specific number this past year. That was the main thing I have. I have a couple other questions, but they might be brought up. One was about property value, but I'll get to that later. So go ahead. Who's next?
Wait, was there an answer, though, for the number of employees?
Do you have it handy right now, Kenneth?
Or Annette?
Yeah, I don't have it, but I can tell you the methodology of this wasn't like a calculation that we did. This is pulled, and I'll have to check the actual reference of where I got it, but it's like a state report in terms of that does the comparison. So it's not, me saying, hey, I'm gonna do my calculation. It might be different than somebody else's calculation.
Does it come from PEIMS or does it come from?
Yeah, and because I've done it a while back, when I give you that, I don't want to say, hey, I think it's this. Let me confirm what it actually is, and I'll quote the source when I give you the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Feller, did you have any questions? I know you're on a little bit of a delay, I know you said, on your internet, but you're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having some technical issues and I'm getting a lot of lag time here. So I'm actually listening to the audio from the website to make sure I'm not missing anything. So a little bipolar right now. So I'm okay right now.
Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, did you have any questions?
I think I'm good right now.
Mr. Math.
This is a question I've had for a while, and I just never asked it, so I'm just going to use this opportunity. With regard to the medical plan, it is self-insured, right?
Correct.
That basically means that we pay for the losses, the claims. Do we have a reinsurance policy on top of that caps our liability for the year?
Right. We have with like excess coverage to where if an individual
Yes.
claim, was above a certain threshold, then we're not eating that cost. The excess carrier is eating that cost.
Okay. So do you happen to know what that cap is per claim?
Yeah, I think it's 300,000. I'll confirm it, but I'm pretty sure it's 300,000.
And that's one kind of reinsurance or excess, but is there also aggregate excess, which means that
we don't have, right. I know that's an additional, with insurance, you can buy insurance for anything kind of thing. So right now as a district, we have insurance coverage on an individual level. We don't have it on an overall piece. Now, in talking with MMA, who's our insurance broker, they're literally had this conversation with them. Their recommendation is that given our size, they would basically say that, look, what we're going to pay to have that coverage, is going to exceed. It's like bang for the buck. We'll pay more than what they would expect us to actually get the benefit of. But so to answer your question, we have it on the individual level. We don't have it overall, so that caps as a district, we let it exceed beyond a certain amount. And sort of what we do there is that's the benefit of having a fund balance specific, have all kind of fund balances, but we have our own fund balance, our own checking account for our self-insured insurance plan. And as we talked about during, last year's budget rendition, we knew that our trend was every year our fund balance was going down. We said, we've got to stop that. We need to, reverse that trend. And so we increased the district's contribution. This past year, we did add, we stopped the descent and we started gaining altitude again of adding to our fund balance instead of going down. And so what that allows you to do is that, hey, take a worst case scenario, man, we got a bad year and, we're higher than what we could have insured at. Well, what MMA would say is, okay, say you took $1 million hit or something and you ate some fund balance. The bet would be that over time you would still win, because what you're going to pay for that insurance year after year after year, there's no free lunch. In order to have that insurance, the person that you're buying that insurance is expecting to make money from you. They're expecting to cover, they're doing that across everybody they deal with. And if they're wrong, they're out of business. And so their expectation, if I'm them, I model stuff for a living type of thing. I'm going to look at what I think your cost structure is going to be. I've got to make a profit on top of that. And there's my proposal to you.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
All right, Mr. Moses.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to come back to me. I was having some technical issues there that I was kind of dropping in and off, so I'm kind of picking back up a little bit. So, yeah, I'll just come back. I do have some questions, but I'll just give me a minute to get my stuff back organized.
Okay, Ms. Vessa, I know you have questions, so.
Yes. So I will start off with what I had requested earlier in the week, which was, could you tell us what our picture would look like if we didn't, assume that we're not going to utilize the $7 million, that we do need that $7 million next year, and that we don't approve a 1 cent increase. So that would be $6 million left on the revenue side. And we don't cut departmental budgets by 5%. And we do add, we have for the past, to the health insurance by say $1 million. So I sent you that request. I don't know if you can have that ready and can share it to the screen. I've done my own calculations and I can tell you what I've come up with, which would be our deficit, if we do that, but hopefully you have that prepared.
Right. And I guess the concern I've got is just fundamentally, we don't know. And there's so much unknown that to have a mindset that, this is now then our reality, is, I can run the scenario. I've tried to answer, I answered as many questions as I can. I did not run that, didn't run that scenario. I tried to answer as many questions as I could from the board members that came in, and I got maybe all but a couple answered, but I can run that model and send that in a board update.
I did run it, and what I come out with is that it's about $27 million that would be the deficit that year if we were to do what I said before. So, I mean, I think it's just helpful. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen, but I also think what we're talking about is really not an unrealistic scenario, that we have a 5% decrease in state funding, because a 5% decrease in state funding, if you look at what that is overall in terms of state funding, that's actually only like $1.5 billion that the state would cut to public education. And when you look at what they did in 2011, they actually cut, over $5 billion, 5.4, I believe. So, I mean, I think that it's actually to be a conservative, like just say, okay, we're actually just taking maybe almost like a best case scenario guess that this is what the state's going to be able to do. Because, I mean, Dax Gonzalez at TASB has asked us to run 5%, 10%, 20%. You can look on the TASB website. It's right there in his publication. So, I mean, a 5% decrease is actually the lowest that he would say we have to be prepared for. So that's why I asked for it. So when I ran it, I saw that if we don't, if we assume that our students are going to have more student needs and that we're going to need those departmental budgets and that we're going to need those stat staff, then we're looking at, about a $27 million deficit, which, I mean, obviously we have $218 million in fund balance. So, it's not the end of the world, but I just want that information out there.
I get all of that. The biggest piece, and like I said earlier, that when whatever that is becomes known, we've got a process that then says, what are we going to do about that? But that takes a total approach of, if the state said, I'm reducing you, what say we locally in terms of, are the taxpayers going to pay any more? Yes or no? That's a big question, because every penny they allow, that's $6 million up for the first four. So the state could take 24 away. We could add 24 right back with 4 pennies if we chose to locally. So those are the kind of things that we have to, first you have to know the information to make your decision with. And then it becomes, okay, given what we know, community, what level of funding do you want to give the district in order to make that happen? Because if the state said, I'm cutting you deep, and locally we say we're not changing the tax rate, then it simply becomes the question of the board is, how much are you willing the bottom line to be? Are you willing to go at fund balance? That then sets the size of the cup. Whatever that is, then we've got to say, because at the end of the day, it's going to be that fundamental balance. And it's nothing but a hard decision of the importance of educating the kids, which none of us here are going to say that's not the most important thing. But the level of funding that it takes to support that, when you're in a competitive environment and other people can take your talent away right next door because they're all trying to do the same thing we are to provide the best education, it's not an easy game, but it is the game. But I can't make, and what I've always said is, I can make decisions all day long, but I make decisions when I have the information. I analyze things. I'm analytical, but right now I don't have any information. We don't have any information to be making a decision about 21-22. We do have a process that says whatever comes, I guarantee you we're going to make an informed decision given all the things that we're going to have to consider when, just like we're having this dialogue about 2021, we're considering a whole lot of things when it comes to making our decision about 2021. We're going to have all that work again next year when you fast forward to 21-22. We're going to have the same thing in 22-23 every year thereafter. It's a process, but if you set the process up right and we involve the brain power that we have, you'll make a wise decision based on the resources that you have.
Well, I mean, I get that. And we've had this conversation. We had it on the phone before this. The difference is that that process has to take into consideration the fact that of the board's priorities. And I can't speak for the board, but I can speak for myself. And my priorities, I have been exceptionally clear what my priorities are, and they're to preserve staff and their salaries. So I'm not really interested in looking at a reduction in force. I'm trying to prevent that as much as possible. And two, to meet student needs, which we know are growing. We know it. That's something that's actually not a variable. We know they have more needs. And so given those two values, I'm projecting out and saying, okay, these are the values I have, and this is the kind of budget I'm looking at for next year. And given certain financial situations, this is where we're going to be if the board is congruent with what my priorities are. And that's not to say they are, but that was my only purpose in asking that question.
All right.
And I can let somebody else go because I took a long time.
I actually have several questions. My first question actually has to do with the CARES, the $3 million. I've been watching some of the other school districts, and one of the things that has come up in some of the other board meetings is that there's a little bit of a worry that the state may use that $3 million to, instead of being an addition to our House Bill 3, to actually just kind of cover what the state has already promised in House Bill 3. But it looks like you've added it as a $3 million right now. Is that correct?
Right. And the piece becomes, and I get that, and hey, the risk is that they, instead of supplementing income, they supplant it. And so if that were to be the case, that's where I turn the dial to be conservative on the property tax collection and on the ADA. These are assumptions. It's unknown. So hey, if CARES went away by $3 million, it wouldn't be, and I tell the board, hey, here's what we're betting on. But in reducing that collection rate by 1%, that was well over a $3 million reduction in revenue with that one assumption. So hey, if we lost the CARES, it wouldn't be unrealistic to say, hey, we could get some there. Do we really believe ADA is going to be as low as, we're going to lose 0.5% on ADA. We're budgeting, $400,000 of incremental money for disinfectant and cleaning the classroom, all that kind of thing, to try to make sure that the kids come back. I know there's motivated parents that want their kids in school next year. So hopefully our ADA comes back strong next year. So with assumptions, you can be as aggressive or conservative with that assumption. Where you could make the argument, hey, I'm being aggressive on the CARES that we're actually going to get all of that $3. If it came to be that we're not going to get all of that or some of that, I could make and let the board know, hey, I'm making more than a conservative estimate on the tax collection percent or the ADA number.
Okay. I got to let that process for just a minute, because I guess I was taking your assumptions, and if we lost that $3 million, on slide 4, you had said we have, $10 million better than budget, 5.5 approved positions, so that we can use that to, meet whatever needs that are going to come forward, right? Because we know there's going to be needs that we haven't thought about yet as the kids get back in. So I guess I just want to be sure if your assumptions were all correct, though I will just say 400,000 seems kind of low on the cleaning for the number of schools that we have. I probably could go through $400,000 in Clorox wipes the way I'm going right now. But would we still have that ability to have that 5.5 million if all of your other assumptions were right, but we didn't get that 3 million? Because it kind of seemed like on page 6, we were going to be at a $9.5 million deficit. We're counting on that, better than budget. But if we lose that 3 million and we need to use that 10 million to add to assist our teachers, I guess walk me through, how does that work? I'm sort of struggling with the math and all that.
Well, the math is kind of straightforward. If I subtract $3 million of revenue my bottom line gets worse by $3 million. And so if all we did was change one assumption and we left everything else alone, if I take $3 million of CARES funding away, the bottom line gets $3 million worse. I mean, that's just a logical piece. On the $10 million of payroll that, aside from what our current run rate is, then hey, if we add all that sort of thing, then you don't come in, $10 million better than budget. You come in something less than that. But there's the thing about that you have to remember with an organization. What's important for this organization and anyone is that I'll just speak for me, but I know it's the truth of the organization. I'm waking up every day trying to make this a better shop, make it run more efficiently. The people that I'm dealing with are trying to do the same thing. And it's just like, the water conservation thing that we talked about. And, I had Glenn Roden, say, look, the difference between this box and this box, that's an efficiency thing. It's 30 million gallons of water between replacing our current flush valves with box number 1 with box number 2. That's a huge, 30 million gallons of water, and that's one idea. And so if we just took a mindset of if all we had was negative and we could never come up with an idea to save our life, yeah, then we're going to be a bad district. We're not going to be the district. We're going to become an A district because we don't have the mentality that says we're going to be better tomorrow than we are today. But that's where the work never stops. This isn't an easy job for anybody that's doing it. It's not easy on the board to be sitting in your role, but that is the job. There's a limited resource and you have to just keep trying to get better. But it's just like, if we'd have said a couple of months ago, or before spring break, hey, can we turn on virtual learning in 3 weeks? Well, we did because we had to, and we have the horsepower and the ability to do it. This is kind of like easy stuff in relation, like in terms of what that is and what was accomplished with that versus this. I've lived this rodeo for 10 years. I know the process. I know it works. And it's the importance is that you tell everybody, here's the situation. Here's what we've got. Here's the work that's got to be done. Nothing different than when, all the education team got around the table and said, hey, we got to do virtual learning in 3 weeks. It is what it is. Get it done. It got done. Might not been perfect, all that kind of thing, but it got done. This is the same kind of thing. Whatever comes, we'll deal with it. But it's...
Well, I guess part of what I just want to make sure, because, one of the assumptions was no additional staffing, but then we did kind of talk about having that 5.5 million. And there's nothing really concrete in here yet, maybe because we don't have the plan, but I just want to make sure that we are giving ourselves that cushion that's going to be necessary as kids come back in August to, really help our teachers in the classroom. Aside from the compensation discussion we're going to have, it's going to be hard, especially for some of our at-risk students, and I know there's a summer plan and I know there's a lot that's going in, but I also don't want to have assumptions of no additional staffing and have it be where, we really do need additional staffing, if that makes sense. I just want to make sure that we have that ability to be flexible going forward without, just completely, breaking the bank and all of our assumptions. And like Corey said, we do have the fund balance, so I'm not overly worried about it, but I don't want us to, say we're doing no additional staffing but maybe we have 5 million, but maybe we might not have 3 million. I think it's just sort of a confusing message.
I'd say the way I'd answer that is simply with the budget that's there right now, from to your one employee, Dr. Flores, hey, the command is, the directive is we want the best education for our kids that we can. What we're saying is the $401 million we believe is realistic in being able to make that happen. We realize we've got to be efficient. You got to balance those two things. It's not unlimited funding, but you have to do the best you can with what you have. Under your scenario of, hey, what if we came back and there was just nobody saw it coming, but we need $20 million of incremental staffing because whatever came. I mean, pick your scenario. The board we could come to the board and say, look, here's what happened. Nobody saw this, but this is it. If the board said, yep, you're absolutely right, that's a valid use. We believe we need to do it. We could bring a budget amendment to the board. The board could approve it, and staff could be added as a result. So that's the process of how you could still address as a board. We could address, and as a district, we could address anything with that, because with this budget proposal, there's not a plan to use any of our fund balance. And we ended last year with right at $218 million of fund balance. Board policy says, let's keep 25% of our budgeted cost in fund balance. We're at 45%. And so we've got a very healthy fund balance that we could withstand anything. And even in the event of a pandemic, we're living a pandemic. We're presenting a budget plan that still doesn't tap into, you kind of think if there was ever a cause to say use a rainy day fund, use budget funds because of a pandemic, you would think this would be the poster child for that event. But we're not asking to pull from fund balance. If it was a situation where, the unknown came and we need it, we could come at the board for that at that time.
Okay, I just have one more question, and then I know Mason and Amber are back on, so I'll turn it over to them. But my last question actually is on slide 14. When you talk about on line 2, not compressing the tax rate by a penny, that decision, even though you've got it in 2021, 2022, we actually have to make that decision this September in 2020, correct?
No, it's an annual decision.
Oh, okay. I don't know. For some reason, I thought that we had to make those this year. Okay. So that would be left till September of 2021 is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay. Amber, I can go back to you real quick.
I don't really have any questions. I think that I've done a lot of analysis of the presentation Dr. Audick sent, and I appreciate the thoroughness of it. I think that there are a lot of assumptions that we could take in a lot of different scenarios of, well, what if this happened and what if this happened? And, and Corey makes some valid points. We could look at doomsday as the worst of everything that happens, but given what we have right now, looks like a very plausible budget and one that we're going to be successful with. So I don't really have any questions with it.
Mr. Moses, did you have any?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah. Just going to go real quick back, Dr. Audick. So we said we have 45% of our annual budget right now in fund balance. So that's close to 6 months, like 5 months, 6 months. Is that accurate?
Right.
Okay. And then, sorry, look here. Because really, when I look at this, I'm not going to belabor the point so we can move on to other things. But well, first, I do want to commend you and your team that's there for putting this together, because these are absolutely unprecedented times. And I know right now it's probably like every day you take a shot and you think you have it right, and then something happens and you're like, hang on here, we got to do that again, because every day we get a little bit smarter with what's going on in the world. And I also I'm an optimist, so I want to believe that if, let's just say, every district in the state of Texas suffers some type of significant ADA loss over this, especially, let's just say, hypothetically, we can't start back in the fall, like the state just says no, I would hope that they would realize that's not people voting with their feet, that's them just staying home because of what's going on, and there'd be some type of hold harmless there. Of course, that might be hopeful in the next session, but I would hope that'd be part of the conversation that TASD and other organizations are having. And so really it just comes down to me, I think this is a solid budget for where we are today. I know when we meet next time, it'll be even sharper. When we get time to adopt, it'll be sharper still, because we'll get a little bit smarter each day. And so really they're looking at our fund balance, what you just shared. I'm comfortable and confident because like you used a phrase I was writing down to use, and that's, it's pouring pretty hard right now. And there are a lot of families in our district that had an emergency fund that they've had to utilize right now. And I think they'd be pretty understanding that for us to say, hey, we have a fund balance for situations. Probably we didn't predict this. I don't think anybody would have predicted what's going on. But for these types of occurrences that I'm not going to say I'm going to applaud prior boards and prior administrations and even the current ones that have been here and building up that fund balance. So now, should it be needed to hire strategic staff, not just not just blanket staff, but hey, we need a strategic person in here to help navigate this or that campus, or we need this or that tool to reach our kids, so we have the ability to do that. So that's really the only common question I have right now, because I do think it's pretty likely that, as was alluded to, we're going to have some unforeseen expenses coming up in the horizon. Now, I don't know if there's any more conversations with the county. I know they're passing out some grants to obviously small businesses, but it's my understanding those funds also might be available to the school districts based on some conversations with them. Have we explored that at all?
Right, and Dr. Flores has had some of those initial conversations, so it's on our radar screen. We just don't have enough, hey, they've made their decision, and we know that we're going to get this much. Gotcha. It is on the radar screen.
Yeah, I actually had a quick conversation with Judge Gravel after the Commissioner's Court, $93 million of CARES Act for Williamson County, and one of the things they put a committee together. There's some things, and he said, what the consideration, some of the things, schools will definitely be part of what he will suggest is some reimbursement. So thanks for bringing that up, and Dr. Ottix, that's exactly right. And I just want to commend Dr. Ottix. You've been fielding questions. I've been wanting to interject, but you've been masterful at just making sure that you stay calm, and that's exactly where we are as a district. We're calm with the uncertainty that's around us. We're calm because of the fiscal responsibility of past boards for many, many years, way before this board, past fiscal conservativeness of superintendents way before this one. So the storm's great. We understand that. The presentation tonight, as Kenneth points out, and it comes back, he's showing money back into a fund balance when in fact the sky is pretty, pretty drastic right now. So Dr. Ottix, I was going to interject, but excellent job, but no point in interjecting. I just take away from your presentation. So with that's all I have to say.
Ms. Feller, I saw your hand. Did you have a question?
I do. I actually do have a question, two separate ones on the ADA. What is the percentage difference that has to be from 1 year to the year prior where you can apply for a waiver if we did have the doomsday of 10% of our students didn't show up? What is that percentage that we can apply for a waiver? Do you know that off the top of your head?
I'll have to check on that and get back to you.
Okay, because I think that there is a way. Sorry, I can't find the word that I'm looking for, but a way to apply for a waiver and still receive the funding if your ADA is a certain percentage lower than it was the year prior. Right. Then the second question I have, building off of that, is if we do have those numbers of students that just aren't ready to return to school for their own personal reasons, if we continued some kind of blending format of allowing some students to stay at home and do an online learning format and some actually attend school, would we receive funding for those students if they participated in our online programming? Because they can't just be out of school. Right. So,
and that's literally a situation where, the rule book hasn't been written yet for, hey, how's it going to happen? I would absolutely believe that. That seems nothing but logical and fair and right to do. It's just the rule. I'm not aware of the rule of having been yet.
We're not there yet, but discussions across the state are always, every superintendent's asking that question, and every school is wondering, because the funding has to be, allowable, or you're going to have to capture some funding in a different world that we're about to provide. And and we talked last week, so I don't want to belabor the point, but as we talk about the continuance of learning and what that looks like in the fall, just know that staff is hitting that hard every single day, and I commend them for that because we feel good about that as well. We'll update the board and we'll keep you updated.
Well, I just think that that's important for us to really keep that in the back of our minds, because these 10, up to 10% or wherever that number is coming from, 20%, I don't think that these students, all of these parents are going to invest in their own home learning curriculum. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but if they could access our programming, which is already established online with our curriculum and things like that, that we would be able to gain some funding back from those students that don't feel comfortable being in the classes. So if you could keep us apprised of those changes, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on your question, Mason, and then I'll call it. So Mason was talking about Williamson County, but we do have schools in Travis County. So I guess I'm just sort of curious, is Travis County doing that? And if Wilco gives grants, when you find that information out, is it only for Wilco schools, or, are we looking at Travis County also for our Travis County schools, if Travis County is doing something like that?
Yeah, there's no doubt. Travis County, but I have not had contact with Travis County. I had, in fact, it was Judge Gravel who called me. So that is definitely something that we will need to do, because I'm sure they're funding as well. There's CARES funding for that county in Travis as well. So it's a good point.
Mason, did you have another question?
Yeah, just real quick, and I don't know if this is better now under compensation, but I know, weeks ago, if not months ago at this point, of course now months ago seems like it was yesterday, everything that's going on, we had an initial conversation about staff giving up days, perhaps for higher pay, but to get fewer days. I think there's been some conversations I've saw kind of pop back up, not from the district, but just kind of out in the community. All that's been put to bed in a way, correct? That's not. I thought that was put on the tape, put aside,
right
around. I think kind of right around spring break. I just want to make sure that's not up for discussion in the budget.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
I have another small question. It'll be quick.
Okay.
Can I go?
Yeah.
So one thing that I didn't see in our assumptions is that we've factored in the fact that we're going to lose rental fees and ticket sales and things like that. But have we factored that in?
Right. No.
Okay. That's probably something we should have as we go forward, because I don't know how much money that actually generates in the district, but we can expect that will be much lower, if not non-existent.
To piggyback on that, I don't know. I know our booster clubs raise quite a bit of money. Bands, most of the bands pay for a position and that sort of thing. So, especially if we don't have football or if people aren't buying concessions, we may need to be cognizant of how much our boosters are not going to be able to raise for our schools. Each of the high schools, the boosters raise a significant amount of money.
Okay,
I have one more. Oh, sorry. So I had asked a question about the strategic plan. You actually, in your answer to me, gave me innovation grants, the detail on the elimination of the innovation grants, but I actually asked about the elimination of the strategic plan.
Okay.
And the impact that would have on what's funded by that and the impact that would have.
Okay. And if Dr. Presley or Mandy could, that's kind of in their wheelhouse, speak to that.
Yeah, good evening, trustees. I can help with that. So the strategic plan, those funds pay for a variety of things. They are requested by the campuses, oftentimes for tutoring, for extra support, intervention resources, classroom libraries, Some of our after school and Saturday programs are paid for out of those funds as far as tutoring programs. This year we also paid for some dyslexia training, some behavioral health training, professional development, beyond diversity, restorative practices training. So kind of a wide variety. And the distinguishing point between that and the innovation grants is the innovation grants are more for niche campus-based flares, such as Communication Academy, funding that, arts integration, special enrichments that campuses want to do, STEAM and STEM labs, that kind of thing. So hopefully that'll help.
Yeah, that actually is hugely helpful to understand how vitally important the strategic plan allocation is to our most at-risk students. So thank you for that clarification, because that definitely gives me some insight into why that would be a really rough category to zero out.
All right. Are there any other trustee questions for Dr. Audix? Seeing none. Thank you, Dr. Audix. Thank you, Dr. Flores. We will go to action items H1. Dr. Flores, the compensation plan, and Ms. Vieira.
Yes, I will turn that over to Annette Vieira, and I think she will be referring to the April 16th presentation, because April 16th has the recommendations from administration. And so with that, Ms. Annette Vieira.
Sure, and good evening, President Weir, trustees, and Dr. Flores. So as Dr. Audix just spoke about, 90% of our budget is staff. And so the way HR runs itself, and what I always start every one of my meetings with my department with, is to remember that we are a strategic plan goal number 4. We're going to identify, develop, support, and retain a talented team of teachers, administrators, and staff who are equipped to meet the needs of every student. And that is what we really hang our hat on and what guides our work in HR. So I'm excited this evening to come to you again. We do have with us Amy Campbell. She's the Director of Human Resources from TASB. We have Erin Kalecki from Compensation and HR Consultant from TASB. And we also have Kristen Gray, our Director of Compensation here in Round Rock. So we did come to you April 16th. And if you'll go to the next slide, we did recommend from the administration that we adopt the compensation cost model number 1, which is a 2% general pay increase. And you can see there that we also, there we go. There we go, that one. Yes, so that is the cost model that the recommendation from the administration has. And you can see there that we have the general pay increase of the 2% from the midpoints for each one of our pay groups. There are some adjustments there that may be a market adjustment or a compression adjustment that needed to happen. You can see we also have the special education stipend. That's very important. That would be $2,000 because those are very hard to fill. We also have the increase to duty days, and those went from like our speech and language pathologists, our LSSPs. They were in the market. They weren't doing as many days or didn't have as many days as others. So that was an adjustment for them as well. And then you can see on down the line that in every single category there are adjustments and the pay increase, and it is a total of $8.6 million that comes to play as far as this compensation plan. So the board, we are just recommending from the administration that we have the 2% increase, and that is Model 1 and Appendix 1.
All right. I can't see everybody. I can see Ms. Vessa, but I was going to try to go back through alphabetically again like we did last time.
That's fine. That's fine.
Mr. Chadwell, did you have any questions on compensation?
So now I was looking back at that presentation, and I've seen it. There's not any major changes. Is that right, Annette, from our last meeting?
No, there have not been any changes from the recommendation.
Okay, so I'm okay for now. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Feller?
I asked all my questions at the last presentation, so I'm good.
Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, did you have any questions?
No, I had them all answered at the last one. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Math?
None for now, but I may have some in a little bit.
Mr. Moses, did you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam President. I guess this is for TASB. I want to just go, not really go through. I know there's been, again, I want to help answer some questions that we've seen come in. There's been a lot of talk about, I think everyone seems to get that our teachers need they need this increase. But then there's also been a bunch of, that gets kind of lumped into the phrase administrators. So from whenever you do this analysis, can you explain who is included under that administrator umbrella?
Sure. So there are two different groups of administrators in Round Rock ISD, and actually that is more like administrative professionals. So it would be your non-teachers who are salaried staff. So you've got both business exempt, and so those are more of the operations folks, HR, finance. You've also got instructional exempt, and those would be instructional folks who are higher level than teachers. And actually you do have some exempt staff blended into your technology group too. So the term administrator is not one thing. There are lots of different levels of administrator, and the costs for adjustments in some of those other salaried groups are actually for non-administrator professionals, right? So folks above teacher. It's not, there is no true definition of administrator in the pay plans. Was that a non-answer to your question?
Well, yeah, so I'll just say, but that includes principals, librarians,
absolutely,
yes, nurses,
counselors,
bus drivers,
yes,
food service,
everyone who's not a teacher.
Yeah, and so I think that sometimes, I know I've had this conversations with people across the state. I think, Corey, you've probably seen this at the legislature. They try and lump administrators and everybody who looks like one position at one office. In reality, it's you ask any parents, like, do you consider your librarian an administrator? They're going to say, right. No, it's the librarian.
Right. I mean,
you've got your bus driver an administrator. No, it's our bus driver. So I think
you've got parent liaisons and counselors and diagnosticians and LSSPs and SLPs. You've got lots of student-facing positions, so they're working directly with students on a daily basis, but they're also in that pay plan, so they would be impacted by adjustments as well.
And can you speak? I know it's a question you answered last time, but just go ahead and answer it again. But to the purpose of the adjustments, but also both the position adjustments and also the compression adjustment. I know that's an important one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So for any pay structure, teachers are fairly direct because there is a dollar amount that aligns with the year of experience. And so everyone fits very closely together. So your pay is aligned with the structure. In a midpoint range, that's not always so connected. So you have to have both a structure that aligns with market so that when you have to fill a vacancy, you're offering competitive positions or competitive salaries for those positions. But then you also have to pay people within that range competitively. So doing both requires adjustments in many cases. And so as part of this process, we make recommendations to move jobs within a structure so that the range aligns with market value, but also individuals within that range so that their pay aligns with market value too. Some of them are have-tos if you chose to adopt the pay structures as presented, because they're costs just to get people up to the minimum of the proposed pay structure. You would never want to pay someone below minimum.
So just up to the minimum. Not
exactly,
even,
yeah.
Not even, just the minimum.
Right. There are costs, of course, to get people to 1% above minimum. So we give a tiny little bit of wiggle room because none of these people come to you. They have been in their positions. They've completed a year. They are not totally new to the position. So there's those adjustments. There are some very small 1% of midpoint adjustments for staff to get slightly closer to midpoint. So if they're more than 10% below midpoint, they are outside of a competitive range. And you would struggle to find folks to fill that job because you're offering salaries that are far below. So even if your range was great, if all of your staff are compressed down and towards the minimum, you can't hire new staff above continuing staff with comparable experience. That creates huge internal inequities and leads to lots of turnover. And so not only, again, do you want those structures aligned, but you need to move people within the range so that you can offer competitive salaries to folks.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Oh, just sorry. Actually, I don't want to steal someone's question, but it was just about, can you speak to the midpoint and to that definition and how that's used across the state in the surveys you do and the work you do with school districts? And then that's, once she answers, I'm done.
So the midpoint is most often aligned with market. There are certainly districts out there who have set their goal to be at the 75th percentile of market, and they want to pay better than all of their neighbors. And there are some districts who say, we'd love to be at market median, but we just can't get there. So we're going to chip away at that difference and try to align our midpoint with market. But in general, it should be aligned with a median of market value in your peer districts. And so getting people closer to midpoint allows you to pay people closer to market value. And when you're giving midpoint-based adjustments, everyone within the range gets the same pay increase. So you keep people's salaries relative to one another in an equitable way. It also helps to be able to say to staff, we're giving a market-based pay increase. So we know that market value is X, and we're giving a pay increase based on that amount. It helps get people to market faster and helps avoid people slingshotting past that market value and topping out or getting their pay frozen too soon.
Ms. Vessa, did you have any?
Yes. So thank you, Mason, for asking the previous question. So I have several. One thing that I think is really, really important to clarify is that does 2% of increase of median mean that most people in the district are going to get a 2% raise?
So I can run through these and tell you real quick. So because of adjustments, so adjustments for things like teacher equity increases. So folks in the educator career pathway may need adjustments to make sure they make at least as much, hopefully more than they would make were they to go back to the classroom. And then market-based adjustments, things like increase to duty days, all of those increase the average pay above 2%. So because your staff generally fall below midpoint, when you use a midpoint-based increase for them, on average, most people are getting more than 2%. Did that answer your question? I can run through pay plan by pay plan, but there are quite a few.
Okay, so one thing that I would think would just be helpful is to understand the range. What was like the minimum increase in terms of dollars that someone in our in this market analysis, what 2%, whatever, was going to get, and what was the maximum that someone was going to get?
We work in terms of percent rather than dollars because it's all relative to the salaries that they are making, right? The range itself is going to differ even within a single pay grade based on the duty days. So I just opened up your operations support pay plan, and in a pay grade with a lead custodian, you've got folks who have 183 days of work and folks who have 260 days of work. So for a 183-day employee, that might be round about a $500 increase annually, but in the same pay grade for the same value job, that's over a $700 pay increase, purely because they're working more days. So when we talk about dollar amounts, it can be very misleading, especially when you're looking at 10 months over 11, 12, and so on. And then because it's all relative to the market value of the position, $1,000 for a custodian is very different percent-wise than $1,000 for a teacher, and that's very different than $1,000 for a principal. So all that to say, I can tell you confidently that 2% was used across the board for all staff. I don't know what those dollar amounts are because we don't measure it in those terms.
Well, I did ask earlier today for Dr. Flores to give me the range, because I think that's really important that people understand that, you know, what's the low end of our staff, how many dollars more would they be making under this raise, and what's the high end of the dollar increase that we would be, you know, making. So I guess I'll defer to Dr. Flores, since I had sent that question earlier today and told him that I would be asking it. So I'm sure he's prepared.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting on Amy Campbell and Annette Guerra, because that's who has the answer. The great thing, and that's a good point to make, this is a TASB study. People need to understand this wasn't a superintendent that said, hey, where are we on the market? Where's this? Let's do this and let's come back with it. This is a TASB study. So that question would go back to actually TASB. And I stay totally away from those discussions. Amy Campbell and I had not had a single discussion, nor would I want to have a discussion, because they have to work independently of the superintendent. So, Amy?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, again, it comes down to percentages. So you've got bus drivers who, because you're trying to catch up with your neighbors, who are getting potentially, were you to adopt the placement scales we've recommended, a 17% increase. But dollar-wise, we're talking $5,000 for a bus driver. $5,000 for a principal would be substantially less than a 17% increase. So it really is, I think it would be misleading to measure it in terms of dollars, because it's so relative to the starting point, right? It's the same reason why when we talk about extracurricular stipends, we don't even use percentages, because the difference between a $1,000 stipend and a $2,000 stipend percentage-wise is significant, but the dollar difference between 1,000 and 2,000 is not so. I realize I'm not directly answering it, but it's because I think
you're admitting that.
So I have a question to piggyback off of that, Corey. I'm sorry, but let me ask this question to clarify what Corey's asking, Amy. If for us to actually put out something of a dollar value, really to make it understandable, would have to be like custodian at this number of days receive this dollar amount increase.
Yes.
The custodian at this number of days receive this dollar increase. We couldn't really say this raise went from $500 to $17,000 because it really depends on the number of days and what their position is and things like that.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
am I understanding that what you're saying correctly? That we really
Absolutely.
have to line item out that specifically of what the job is, how many days they work, and then what the pay increase is for that range.
Absolutely. And I think you need to look at the internal equity considerations. There are reasons, there are formulas behind the calculations that are done. You know, we don't even see people's names when these calculations are done, right? It's all about the job, the market comparison, their years of experience relative to others in the pay grade and in the job. So it is very, you know, to Dr. Flores' point, it's very objective from us because we don't know these people. It becomes a relationship to market and relationship in terms of internal equity.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Corey. I just wanted to clarify that before you went on. So help me understand that dollar part.
Okay, the reason why I asked this, and it's something I actually had a conversation with Dr. Flores and Kenneth earlier in the week. You know, when we're proving that, we know if somebody's going to get a $15,000 raise. Okay, that just needs to come out. All right, we just need to know it. We need to know if someone's going to get a $10,000 raise. We need to know this stuff, because the last thing I want is that teachers got $1,100, but this particular staff person got $15,000. So that's why I'm asking this question. We need to know this information. And so I didn't send that question earlier today to not be answered. I sent it because I have to know it. We have to know this as a board before we approve this. It's transparency. We have to be transparent. And if we're going to approve this, everybody better know that this is what teachers are getting, but then these are what the other people are getting too. And it may be percentage-wise less, or it may be considerably more. And it was a market analysis. I get that. It wasn't partial to any particular position or whatever, but the bottom line is we need to know these facts.
Thanks for saying that it was a market analysis, because that is very critical. And I'm glad, Corey, for that question. I think this is an opportunity, because I've read a couple of emails somebody sent me, and there are some bad numbers out there saying that there's hundreds of people in the administration building getting this, that. I'm telling you, that's not the case at all. So thank you for that question. And Amy, would you like to interject on those points? Because there's a lot of misinformation that's not accurate that can get clarified tonight. And
yeah, absolutely.
keep in mind, we were talking about no raise. The board was talking about no raise for teachers 2 weeks ago. So it's the administration, and it's not administration versus teachers. And I don't want that kind of thought process occurring with this conversation. So anything we can clear up. So thanks for the point of transparency, Corey, that's needed, because there's some things that are being stated and circulated that's just is not fair and is totally inaccurate, and people are taking it as gospel. That needs to stop.
And I would add, if I have a moment to clarify too, I've seen stated that TASB is pushing for a 2% salary increase. We don't. Every district's budget is different. And so the district said, here are some budget scenarios we think we can make work. And so within those budget parameters, we've developed recommendations that achieve district strategies for recruitment and retention of the best and the brightest staff. So just my moment of clarity there. We didn't push nor recommend 2%. That's what Kenneth and Dr. Flores and his team felt was affordable. So again, the calculations for the pay increases are intensely formulaic. They don't look at individual people. They're looking at positions, position relationship to market, position salary relative to others in that pay grade. So if there are staff who are $7,000 below the new minimum that they've been assigned to, then there's an adjustment to get them up to that minimum. And that adjustment would have been made because they were so far below market as to be unsustainable. And so when those calculations happen, again, it's not about the person, it's about the position. And so every board under your DEA local policy has the task of reviewing and approving the compensation plan that the district administration recommends. So every board member in the state, as a collective group of trustees, you can review, approve, and say, no, I don't like it. But it is very clear that the compensation plan itself is what is adopted, not individual salary adjustments. The DEA local policy points only to the compensation package of the superintendent. That's the only specific salary piece that's within the board's purview.
You have one more? Okay.
Just to be clear, 2% is not for the superintendent. That's not the evaluation. So Amy.
Didn't mean to imply that, Dr. Forrest.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to clarify, because there are people who think that's why I'm interested.
Right. Corey, you have one more question?
I mean, I just want to clarify that actually my question before was never answered. So that's out there. But moving on. So the teachers, they get a step increase every year automatically for having another year of seniority within the district. Is this 2% above and beyond their step increase, or just inclusive of the step increase?
That's actually a common misconception about teacher pay structures. There are some rural small districts who still follow the state minimum, especially after it just went up by nearly 19% this year. Those rural small districts may still actually give step increases that stop at year 20. So once you have 20 years, you never get another pay increase unless the basic allotment increases and pushes up that state minimum. You and nearly every other district in the state that's not small and rural don't do that. You rebuild your pay structure each year. And so you're giving a general pay increase that's equal for all teachers. And so it becomes more than what they would have gotten as a step. And then it's fair and equitable and market competitive because you're giving pay increases that are comparable to your neighbors. The dollar difference between years of experience is totally arbitrary for most districts. It doesn't tie to anything. And so in some of those tiny districts, you could have someone moving from one year to the next who gets an $1,800 increase. And you could have someone moving from one year to the next at a different point and gets a $200 or $300 increase through no rhyme or reason. That's just the way the state built the schedule eons ago.
Actually, Corey, my question follows up on that, but I don't want to take your, okay.
No,
So-
no, you're good.
So that was actually where I was going with my question, and I've talked to Annette about this, because you made the statement earlier that most staff were getting over 2%. But
That's a percentage of their salary, correct?
correct. But when you look at teachers, that's not the case, right? We're doing $1,100 per teacher, and for about, well, over half, right? For 53% of our teachers who have more than 10 years of experience, $1,100 is not 2%. So more than half of our teachers are not getting 2%.
But there are adjustments built in there too, and so that increases the overall average. But you're correct. Once you hit a certain point in the structure, there is a tipping point where it becomes more like 1.98%. So it hinges very close to 2%, but you're correct. Once you hit a tipping point, it's no longer.
And one of the things that I was really concerned about is, I mean, you said there weren't steps, but when I look at the 1920 pay scale that we're in right now, a 10-year teacher, if we do nothing, if we vote no on this, is going to get $500, right?
Not necessarily. You could, as a district, I was in a district in 2011 where we froze pay for, good God, 5 years in a row. And so you absolutely could freeze pay for teachers because you're adopting a new structure each year. And so in that case, people with the same years of experience, let's say a 10-year teacher is currently in your district making $54,675, that would become the new 11 years. So in the next school year, you could create a structure where an 11-year teacher makes $54,675. You are not obligated to give a step increase. There is nothing guaranteed about pay in the state. You as a board have the ability to approve or not approve that.
Okay, and so I'm not even remotely suggesting that we freeze pay. But my concern was, kind of just to follow up on what Corey said, is that assume we stick with 1920, that we don't do this 2% increase, we just keep going. A 10-year teacher would get $500 because they'd move up to be an 11-year teacher, right? I don't have it right in front of me.
They get $525. Mm-hmm.
Right. So this 1,100 really is really 600 in my head, right? Because you're going from the 1920 year 10, you would go to 11 and get $525, but instead we're talking about giving you $1,100, but the $1,100 includes that already, that $525, right? So it's really $600 difference for a teacher. I mean, just thinking about how I would look at when I got my pay stub. I'm a 10-year teacher. I know next year I'm going to get $500 more. I'm assuming I'm getting 2%, but really I'm getting $600, and that's $50 a month. Mm-hmm. And then you said most staff that were on the hourly, we only used hourly as examples, which is a very different category than some of the daily people that make significantly more. I'm just we've really talked about this as a 2% raise. And I want to be clear that actually for 53% of our teachers, that's not the case.
I mean, you could look at it both ways, right? You've got some dollar differences that are as small as $173. And so you've got folks who in your scenario would be getting a $927 increase. Then you have folks who would be going from 28 to 29 years where that's a $1,000 increase. So they'd get $100 in that scenario. I think it's still misleading to calculate it that way, because you do have to, even if all you wanted to give was a step increase, that still has to be a board approved salary increase each year. There's nothing automatic about that. And I know HR does a good job communicating with teachers that these salaries have to be approved every year. There is no step anymore. And yeah, I definitely see how those calculations could be misconstrued by some teachers. I think good communication about the pay increase can assist with that too.
But I mean, I guess, when you said most people were getting over 2%, if we vote this in, it's maybe true for staff, but it's not true for teachers, is kind of what I'm getting at, right?
Amy, can you clarify what you just said about Amy saying that they get a $525 step increase, but you're saying they really wouldn't even get that if we vote for no increase? That's two different messages. Which one is?
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to clarify is that a step increase doesn't really exist. The district has not done that historically. I don't know how far back it's been gone, but probably quite some time. If you were to look at your pay structure as if it were a step structure, then Amy's correct. If you were just trying to carve out the dollar difference between the pay increase and the difference in years of experience values, that's where that number would fluctuate. I guess I'm just saying it would be misleading to communicate it that way because there is no step increase in your district. That doesn't exist.
Maybe
really just the dollar difference.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought there was a step increase, or the term was used for many years. Round Rock had that for.
Perhaps in the past, Annette or Dr. Flores, I might defer to you on past practices.
I haven't used it.
I thought that was for a long time. It was if maybe I'm referring to the wrong terminology and vernacular, but if you've been here 1 year, you start with $50,000, and the next year it'd go up, just an automatic, and that wasn't counting those who had previous experience in the industry or whatever. That was just basic starting teacher salary, or if they moved from another district, they would start at 5 years or whatever it was, and then every year it was an automatic, roughly $1,000. If you had a master's degree, it was another $1,000. If you had a PhD, it was another $1,000.
And that's still true. I mean, there are still additives for various.
Step increase. But maybe was that the wrong word, wrong phrase?
It's an antiquated phrase that I think like I said, there are some, it used to be that way. That was kind of the funding mechanism that existed 30 years ago. It's been gone for a while. I think we still talk about steps because it's an easy way to say the dollar difference between different years of experience.
Yeah.
But
That's
as
it,
far
the year experience, it's the yearly experience. So Chad, you're right. And the district's been really good in the history of providing raises yearly. So each year they're in the district, they would get a yearly raise, but it's not tied to the step. Yeah.
I'll have to go back and look because I thought that was, maybe they just used that word, but it was always, you always knew that if you'd been here 5 years, 10 years, you could look at your, the ladder, the pay ladder, a teacher could, and what they would get if they worked for the district based on whatever the salary was. And there was always the option of increasing more later on, but at a minimum, they knew that if they'd been here 5 years or 10 years, where they would be at a minimum.
I think that is still true for most districts. So when I say I was speaking to the extremes, you absolutely could freeze pay, any district, not just you, could freeze pay for teachers and just add a year of experience to the dollars that they're getting now. It is far less common to do that, even in more dire financial situations. Usually districts would honor that step, even if that's the least that they could do. So absolutely that would be a bare minimum choice that a district could make. So that could be how those conversations started in the past as well.
Mr. Moses, I saw you had, and then I saw you, Mr. Math, after me. So.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, and Chad, my recollection is in the past when that's been used, it's always been like that's part of the increase that's being discussed. Like that's all baked into what we're talking about when we look at the percentage and everything that we're looking at doing. And I think that we keep, and I think rightfully so, talking about our teachers, but I also just want to not forget what we talked about earlier, is how there's a lot of folks under that administrative umbrella that are going to that would benefit from this, that are your librarians and your counselors and our campus principals and our bus drivers and all of that. That I don't want that to get lost in the narrative of that we're somehow only taking care of people at the top and we're ignoring the people at the bottom. In reality, we're trying to take care of everybody. Everybody's in this boat together. So we're trying to make sure we're taking care of our teachers, whether it be our first years through our more senior ones, taking care of our custodians, librarians, counselors, therapists, all of that, taking care of everybody. Taking care of the folks who make sure that all those folks get paid in HR and payroll, and all those folks are are important. I don't want to sit here and think that we got outside of being competitive. And I want to make sure we're being competitive and being fair to everybody and not just a few people. But I think this is designed to do, it sounds like.
So I know the word step increase and ladder was used many times and in the past. And then what was the general raise last year? And part of that was House Bill 3. And what was it? What did we vote on? Because I just remember that was a press release. The school board voted for the largest pay raise in the history of the district. So what was it? It was 3.5% at a minimum, right? But some of the teachers got much more than that.
Yeah.
Yes, it was 3.5% for across the district, and then yes, I believe it was 6 and up. It was close to 7%, and there were some adjustments in there too. So it's again difficult to say that it was a find out dollar amount or find out percentage because
and that was similar to what you're looking at right now. But there's also, you're not talking about a merit, and that kind of goes back to the question I had earlier, is what's the ratio of teachers to students, which was on page, whatever it was that Kenneth showed earlier when I asked the question, how many administrators? And it goes back to, when you think of teachers to student ratio, are librarians and counselors, are they all part of administration and not counted as student ratio? Because it can look very good one way, and it can look like, you can skew it one way compared to all the other districts. We're number 1 or we're number 11 in our cohort and neighboring districts. So it goes back to how many employees are there? And again, I've heard from 6,000, 7,000 in the press release about Holdsworth. It said 8,000 students. I thought, well, maybe I missed something. Where is all of that coming from?
So as far as numbers of employees, we have 6,926 staff. And then we also have guest educators, and when you include them, that's where you probably have heard the 8,000. That's about 8,547.
Okay, so you're talking about substitutes in that number, which are
you get to 8,000, yes.
Okay, so you have roughly 1,000 guest educators, which are substitutes that come and go as needed. And then, do you have an idea of how many contractors you have? Like HPM is the business, the construction outside, and what is there, a dozen or so?
They're not part of that. We do have some people that come in as far as substitutes, or we have people that come in and just do very specific work, like if they're music instructors and those types of people, they're included in that guest educator count. So that's why it's about 1,600, because it includes them as well. It's not just classroom guest educators. And we have about 4,293 teachers, of course, give and take.
How many teachers? 4,200?
4,293.
4,293?
Yeah. Mr. Chow, I don't mean to be rude here, but President Weir recognized me, then they said Mr. Math was going to be next, and you kind of interjected right in front of him. So I think he's been waiting. Let's respectfully give him the floor and ask questions.
Yeah, Mr. Math, that's what I was going to say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to ask a question that's kind of naive, but I don't know the answer, so maybe it's a good question. At my company in the corporate world, I might have 10 employees. Some of them might make 30,000, some 40, some 50,000. And if I tell them all that they're going to get a 2% raise, they'll look at their pay stub, and then they'll anticipate that their next pay stub will be 2% higher than that. Can we do something just that simple and just say, look at your pay stub, and next year your pay stub will be 2% higher?
I'll defer to the administration too, but I'd say that is extremely uncommon in public sector work because we don't have any merit-based pay increases. I mean, there are some mechanisms for that through teacher performance pay plans and such, but most of the time, because we're trying to maintain internal equity, HR has been very deliberate about placing person A's pay relative to person B based on their qualifications, experience, credentials, etc. And we want to keep that relationship in place. If this person gets a 3% or 2% pay increase and their base salary is more than this person's, it spreads that distance and makes it harder to get those lower paid people to market faster. And it just slingshots the people above midpoint further past market value to where they top out quickly. And we know in public sector, we can never give pay increases that are big enough or aligned with what we would love to do. And so again, we don't always have the mechanisms to get people to market faster. So that's one tiny mechanism to help speed their pay closer, more quickly.
So let me ask the question a different way. Do all teachers with 6 years experience make the same amount of money? But for, okay. Do all
Aside
teachers,
from duty days differences, yes.
Yeah. And I would assume that the same is true for all teachers that have 7 years experience.
Correct.
So if we just increased the 6-year people by 2% and the 7-year people by 2%, aren't we still maintaining that same proportionality and not creating issues?
True. For a teacher pay structure where it is definitively aligned, where pay is definitively aligned to years of experience, in your other pay structures, that's not the case because you have different jobs within those structures and they're bringing different skills to the table. So how technology salaries are calculated may be different than how bus driver salaries are calculated. And so again, yes, you're correct. For teachers, that would be true. But again, they would get a lesser experienced teacher would proportionately get substantially less. I use the example of a local district who had a pay structure that was 44 years wide. So their 44-year teachers were making 53% more than a starting teacher. So every year when you gave a salary-based pay increase, as you're describing, those experienced teachers got a 53% greater salary increase than the inexperienced teachers. And so really, because you don't have a way to measure performance, because you're not saying that that 44-year teacher is 53% better at her job than the 0-year teacher, giving everyone the same increase is very equitable. You can say we valued all of your years of service when we placed you in that pay structure, but now each year that you provide and service to Round Rock ISD is valued equally. Does that make sense if I say it that way?
Yeah, I get that. Although for teachers only, we actually have a pretty narrow range of what we pay. A 1-year teacher is just shy of 50, close to 50. And a 20-year teacher, probably is 60. I don't know. So 2% of 50 is 1,000. 2% of 60 is 1,200. I don't really see that $200 difference between that 20-year teacher and a starting teacher as really being an obstacle.
What would be what do you see as the benefit for doing that over the midpoint-based pay or market-based pay increase? I'm just curious what the philosophy is.
I think it's just simplicity, and when we tell people 2%, they know it's going to be 2%.
And I think in public education, they're more accustomed to hearing $1,100, right? So we can say 2% or 6%, 7% last year, whatever that number was. I think teachers are very accustomed to hearing we get $1,100 or we get 2% of midpoint if you're a non-teacher.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
That strikes me as strange, though, because when you were talking about Corey's question, we would only talk about it in percentages. And then teachers, we're not going to talk about it in percentages. We're only going to give a flat rate.
Remember, though, your teacher structure looks different than every other pay structure. A teacher structure is essentially what was described earlier as a ladder. So you've got a year of experience ties to a dollar amount for every single teacher. And so in that case, rather than saying 2%, because there is no midpoint for that structure in a teacher structure, it's calculated based on market value. What's the market median salary in your area? Because there is no midpoint. It's 0 to 30 years of experience. So for teachers, it simplifies it by saying every teacher gets $1,100. Your year of service was equally valuable to the district.
I guess I kind of still go back to, we've advertised this. We've said 2% raise for teachers, 2% raise for teachers. And I'm still kind of hung up on the fact that that's not the case. And that, and especially, for the younger teachers, it is. Actually, some of them get a little bit more than 2% if they're under 10 years of experience. But our more experienced teachers are actually getting less than sort of what we've put out there as as the compensation package.
And nearly 3/4 of your teachers would get at least a 2% or more pay increase. So it would be a small percentage, and that percentage that would get less, and again, it's more like 1.9%, those are your most experienced teachers. And if you remember back to the market comparison, those folks were the highest above market. So on average, your experienced teachers were 4%, 3% above market value. So while yes, that may be 1/10% less than the 2% you're communicating, it does not impact their market position because they're already a hair above where the market is.
I just want to chime in. Don't most teachers understand this concept? It's explained to them. They know this isn't a big surprise. This is how it's always been done. And they know this. They're aware of how they get an increase in pay. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll defer to Annette for Round Rock ISD teachers, but my experience statewide is, yes, this is the #1 most common method for paying teachers in the state.
All right. Did anyone else have any more questions?
I do, real
Mr.
quick.
Chadwell?
As a follow-up, so I'm going to go back to the accelerate 1 year. What's the disadvantage of that?
Can you ask that again? I'm not sure I understood.
What's the disadvantage or the advantage of the teacher moving them up 1 year?
So in your current pay structure, if all you gave was a step increase, you would have teachers getting as low as $173 and some teachers getting as high as $1,000. And there's no rhyme or reason to the years that attach to those dollars. It's just a historical representation of pay increases and adjustments that were given 30, 25 years ago. So the 1,100 allows every teacher to get the same amount.
Well, maybe I'm looking at the first page of Appendix 1, and it says years of experience 0 starts at 50. Well, this is the current one you're proposing, but I'm assuming that the other one's just a little bit behind it. But and it goes up 400, 400, 400. So what am I missing there?
So let me pull up the data behind it. So those adjustments or those experience differentials are some adjustments have been made to them to ensure you can get to that $50,000 starting salary and have a logical progression. You wouldn't want 2 years of experience making the same amount, and you wouldn't want a vast difference between 2 years of experience because that creates a bubble that's hard to accommodate in future years if you can't afford to give a very big pay increase. So in this case, those dollar progressions are virtually the same as what you have now. We're not recommending significant changes to those, only right around the 5-year point, because that's where the bubble was created last year under House Bill 3. So it just smooths out those differences a bit so that you're not forced to give a salary increase. So if you're thinking about the step increase, right? Worst case scenario in a future year, if you can't afford to give $1,000 pay increase, you have a dollar difference between 2 years, that's $1,000. So you would either have to say, we're going to give those teachers more than what they would have gotten in a small pay increase. Like, let's say we only give an $800 pay increase. We have to give them an adjustment so they don't make less next year than they would have made this year on the current structure. Or we try to smooth those out so that you don't have those bubbles in the future. So that's what we tried to do with those.
All right, so you called it a step increase. Yeah. Maybe that's where, that's where
I'm saying in a future year, if you wanted to do that, yeah, absolutely. Okay. You could. You have the right as a board.
And then, okay, so, back to the whole thing. This isn't taking into account years of experience in the industry. It used to be a 2-for-1 ratio that you all did, the district did. If you worked as an engineer and you wanted to move over and you had 10 years of an engineer, you would get a 5-year bump. I don't know what percentage, but what's the average? Again, it goes back to, I remember in the past, there was always wanted a ratio. You wanted a certain number of teachers who were 0 to 5 years, some that were 5 to 10, 10 to 20. So there was always spread out. You didn't want to have everybody at 20 years experience because it would be very expensive. You didn't want to have everybody at 0 to 5 experience because you don't have any institutional knowledge. So
I don't know that there's a number that districts shoot for in those categories. We love exactly what you're talking about, the distribution, so that you have some neighbor districts who 75% of their teachers have 10 or fewer years of experience. So they have a very relatively inexperienced staff. And you've got some neighbor districts where they've got a lot of very experienced staff. Both of those types of districts will struggle with recruitment and retention issues. So for sure, you have a great distribution right now, but I don't know that there's numbers attached to it.
What was the number? I saw it earlier, 11 or something like that on average.
Yes, yeah, which matches the state, but I would think of it in...
median is, so, in the mean, so, I mean, the disbursement. Anyway, all right, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Vessa.
So I'm going to go back to my previous question about range, and I'm just going to ask a more narrowly focused question in hopes that you could help to clarify kind of the elephant in the room, to be honest. Mm-hmm. So in the 500 category, that's all of our, senior staff who have been working tremendously hard. Everybody knows that. Just for transparency's sake, what is the average percentage increase in the 500s?
So theirs is on average, if they were, this is the business exempt group, Annette. So we don't work in terms of your pay plan numbers. Okay. So on average, the employee increase with adjustments would be, so the base increase would be 2.25%. 81 adjustments of the 100 are there because this is the group that is furthest below market. In fact, this was the only structure whose pay plan was below market. So this group did get more significant adjustments. So it amounts to about a 5% average.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So on average, the business exempt pay structure is, so remember, we're talking about both individual pay rates, but also the structures themselves. This structure was 91.7% of market. So when we compare, when you have to fill HR finance positions, you're offering currently ranges that are 9%, 8%, 8.2, or 8.3% below market value. So the structures were adjusted, which dragged the employees along with them. So most of these are adjustments to get them into the structure, which represents just over 0.6%. And then adjustments to get people 1% closer to market. Did that answer your question?
What I understood there was that on average, in the business exempt category, they're getting about a 5% increase.
Correct. And remember, they're on average 9%. Those structures are 9% below market. Your teachers are already above market, as are most of the other positions to you.
I saw Amber first, Mason, and then you.
So to help me understand that number that you just threw out, Amy, in the Appendix 1, starting on page 10, is where our 500 pay structure begins. Mm-hmm. And that's everything from an attendance officer, the registered nurses, audiologists, social workers, mentor coaches, diagnosticians, the coordinators.
Oh, Annette, I was giving the business group, not the instructional group.
So the 500 structure on that appendix is including all of those. What are the numbers? Who's included in the numbers that you just gave, Amy?
That was the accounting, finance, business exempt. That's the group.
Can you tell me what page in the appendix?
Yeah, I'm scrolling to it. The 600s. So coordinators, supervisors. Yes.
So that's accounting, payroll.
That's the central admin folks. Yeah.
But does not include like senior management in administration, does not include executive directors and any of that.
It does. Yes.
Oh, it does?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I thought that they were under 512 and 511 and
they're split between both pay plans.
What do you mean?
607, 608, if you look at the bottom, are.
So you have executive directors in the instructional pathway. You've got those in your 500 pay plan. So that would be folks like people in jobs like special ed executive director of teaching and learning, principals, and so on. And then your academic chiefs on the business exempt pay plan, which is the 600s. Those are your central office operational folks.
Okay, thanks for clarifying because I wanted to make sure who exactly we were talking about here.
We have it labeled by title, not pay plan number, and so I had to flip between multiple screens.
No, that's
Sorry
okay.
about that.
So if we're looking at Appendix 1, we're looking on page 14 in, starting on page 13, I guess it looks like. That's
Correct.
the that you're just referring to.
Correct. That's the group that was furthest below market of all the jobs in the district. And so the adjustments necessary just to get you even remotely close to market competitive pay plans were greater. Yeah.
Okay.
Mason, did you have a question?
Really, that helped address some of it, but I do think, as far as, because I was looking at some of those job titles too, and I was like, those don't scream administrator to me, but again, I get what you're saying, but even some of the other ones that do fall in there, as far as like coordinators of custodial services and safety and security and risk management and textbooks and bus routes, I think, and some of those actually on the 226 schedule are even under, at the minimum at least, under what the first year teacher makes. And so I think that's interesting. But Madam President, I guess this is more like a question to you and with the protocols, whether or not at some point we want to let Amy go. So I think we're nearing a point where we are probably need to talk amongst ourselves or move on and try and make a decision. And I think we probably would all have fun getting into the weeds with Amy for the next 2 hours, but I don't think that's probably beneficial for us or for her, and doesn't help us reach a decision.
Well, and I'm guessing if we still have questions, Annette would be able to answer those for us too. Right? I mean,
I'm happy to stay as long as you need me. That's okay. But I agree. I always try to point boards back, and we do so many of these presentations to boards every year. I always try to point back to the goal of the compensation plan adoption is to meet those strategic district goals to recruit and retain high quality staff. And so it can be, we can walk a fine line looking at the individual details when we're accomplishing those bigger goals and strategies.
And I guess,
I have one last question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I have one last question for Amy. Just as we're looking at the market or the adjustments that are included in the budget, which is line 18 on our budget. I know we briefly addressed this 2 weeks ago when we talked about this and how this market analysis was done back in November, late fall, early winter, and then increasing I love how you call them guest educators, because I was a substitute for this district for many years. And I really like guest educator much better than a substitute. But anyway, and then the, increasing pay for bus drivers. Has TASB done any kind of ad hoc kind of plan or look at, now that unfortunately unemployment is higher, that people are going to be looking to work, and so it might be easier to recruit for these positions? Or can you kind of address the need to increase? I know we said we're increasing substitute pay by $25 a day because we don't never have enough. But if we're looking at a higher unemployment rate, that's a real quick place for some people to pop in and get some money. Mm-hmm. So has TASB done any analysis of how that might possibly play into those adjustments?
So we talk to TEA deputy commissioners and participate on all the same calls that Dr. Flores and his colleagues do with the commissioner. And so we know just as much about that as everyone else. I would love to know beyond the next 2 weeks. I'm not even sure I feel confident in predicting what's going to be the new normal in 2 weeks. I would say that one thing I am confident in is that for all contract staff, their pay is not going down. Market value cannot go down because you are contractually obligated as their employer to continue paying them next year at least as much as you're paying them this year. So for a lot of the people we're talking about, a lot of the positions we're talking about, those have contract protections for their pay rates. When we talk about bus drivers and food service workers and custodians that are most impacted by job retention, there's just naturally a lot of turnover in those jobs. I don't know of a district that has reduced pay for those positions, even though, not to say people, but
No,
reduced
I'm
pay.
not asking to reduce it. I'm just wondering about not increasing it.
Yeah, and I think that in the future, that may be what happens in 21-22. We may enter a new season of pay freezes. I don't. I think that when unemployment is high, districts benefit from that. Absolutely, that helps us because we can provide a more stable work environment. We have great benefits, and so we can draw people in. But once the economy picks up again, they're out the door as well. So it does become a more transient work environment too. Did that answer your question? Okay.
All right. Did anybody, I guess, Chad, did you have another?
I was going to say, I'd like for Amy Campbell to be available, but I'd like to wrap up and take a quick break, and we can talk among ourselves. But
Okay, so why don't everyone can take a quick break, and it is 8:47, come back at 55, and then hopefully be ready to kind of move this along.
Okay.
All right. All right, I have 8:55. Do we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? We're missing Dr. Flores, and there's Dr. Flores, and there's Chad. All right, so thank you, everybody. We are back to our discussion on the compensation plan. I don't know how we kind of want to handle it from here. If we want to go back around, it's so awkward on the Zoom. If we want to go back around one more time, Ms. Feller?
How about we do reverse alphabetical? Just to allow some equity for people that are coming last.
Okay. I don't really have any more questions. The way I'm feeling right now is that, this was advertised as a 2% raise for teachers. And, our most experienced teachers aren't going to be getting 2%. And, $1,100, I don't actually know that most teachers understand that it's just $1,100 and not 2%. And we have some staff members that are getting as much as $15,000. And while I appreciate what everyone has done, and I know how hard it's going to be, we talk about valuing staff, we talk about valuing experienced staff, wanting to keep experienced staff, and then our frontline, most experienced teachers are going to be the ones not getting 2%. And, and then our top administrators are getting on average 5%, but some of them are getting more than that. And to me, it's turned into something that's not about the teachers. It is a staff market increase, and some of those market increases are being compared to private sector jobs, and they've changed since the fall. The private sector is taking cuts. People on this board are taking cuts. I'm not going to get a raise in my job. My husband's not going to get a raise. And I want to make sure that we take care of our teachers. I'm sad that we didn't get more options presented to us, in our conversations. I know I brought up stipends, and that was not really an acceptable alternative. I guess I agree with Mr. Math. If it was just sort of 2% across the board, a true 2%, I would be more comfortable. But, under these circumstances, given the times that we're in and given how this is really affecting the teachers and the way we've advertised it as 2%, this is just right now, this is not something that I'm going to be able to support.
Can I interject? I just when you say that we advertise 2% for teachers, I think we spoke more 2% salary increase. But even that, I just want to make sure that what we're talking about, because you said $15,000. That was one person who was woefully underpaid. But I think you and I talked earlier. We said, hey, if that number needs to be reduced, because there's numbers out there where people are saying hundreds of people are getting tens of thousands of dollars. That's simply not true. We were talking about one person at $15,000, and that person said, look, I don't need to take a single penny extra raise, this, that, the other. I'm happy where I'm at. But the reality is, if that person were gone tomorrow from the position she currently occupies, I wouldn't even be close to being able to fill in a 6A multi-high school district. So what I'm hearing from you, Amy, and I appreciate your comments, because what I would say, Amy Campbell, is this. There's a misperception that there's hundreds of people with tens of thousands. There's not. And I would say at any point in time, if there is, I brought this up with Trustee Math earlier today, and I said, look, if that means no one gets more than a $7,000 adjustment, I understand that. Staff will understand that. But right now, all this is saying we're trying to be as fair as possible, knowing that, you know what, that 15,000, that doesn't even sound good, but it's not what some people were saying, 35, putting out there on social media, 35,000, 50,000, misinformation all over the place. So what I want to be able to do, and I think that's what you were referring to, Corey, the elephant in the room, I don't know, but we need to talk about that, because I'm saying that what's the number of anybody that was first at 10,000? I think the number was 8. And from that over 10,000, I said, hey, look, if Steve Math and I had a conversation and I said, hey, look, if it's 7,000, no one gets more than an adjustment and the 2% at 7,000, I'm okay. We're only talking about 8 folks right now, I think. And if that's too much, I'm ready to talk about that too, because I do believe that these are unprecedented times. So if that means 7% is still too high for those 8 folk, then you know what? And those aren't my direct reports. That's the other thing. Most people think my direct reports are getting $20,000, $30,000. That's not true. So, Amy, do you want to just answer?
Yeah, if I could add to that, Dr. Flores, if you're okay with that. But looking at those positions that were getting the biggest adjustments, they're only compared to other school districts. Those are not being compared to private sector, because finance and HR jobs in school districts look very different than private sector. It's a whole different world. And so when we look at those jobs compared to school districts, some of them are more than 30% below market value. And so this is a catch-up. It's not an award or a reward for those folks. It's really just to say, if they won the lottery and left tomorrow, you could not advertise a job that's 30% below market and expect to get good quality skilled candidates. The $15,000 increase, that job value relative to your market peers is 18th of 18 in districts 50,000 students and above. And even when we look at some that are smaller, a tighter enrollment group, so just 40 to 60,000 student districts, that job currently, the incumbent, is 16th of 17 districts. So you're paying less than nearly every other district the same size as you across the state, then all but one of those largest districts. And so it's not an individual adjustment. It's designed to get the position aligned with what everyone else is paying for that.
I get that, Amy, but right now the semantics of a $15,000 raise with
absolutely, and
you know, so we want to make sure. So those semantics, even though it's 15,000, we don't have to accept. We can modify that.
Absolutely,
7,000, 8,000. Yes, that's still woefully less, but we also know this salary study began before COVID hit. COVID then occurred. So with that, but I at least want to try to make it fair enough so that whoever the next superintendent is can hire at a point at the pay raise that's already been fixed, at least for now. So those,
you absolutely could look at phasing it in too. There is no obligation that you all of a sudden do all of this at once. These are our recommendations based on available funding that Kenneth shared with us. And so again, he's worked it into his budget, but you have you as a district could decide to alter that. It's for your review.
Well, and then the last thing, and I promise you, Kenneth Audix can speak to exactly what happens with staff that people are going to be taken from Round Rock ISD that continue. And there will be people say, well, they should take more of this, that, the other. But Kenneth, do you want to speak to just quickly losing 50 plus years in the last three weeks or what have you?
Right. Within the last, it's been within the less than 2 months, like last month and a half, we've lost 2 directors and a manager over Treasury and Debt Management that have been years of service with Round Rock. I've been over 50 years of experience with those three people. And so, director of finance, director of purchasing, and then also the person that overseeing our, $1 billion debt portfolio and $500 to $1 billion worth of investments left because they could go to districts a fraction of our size and make 5 figures more income. So if you don't pay, the message from Amy and all that sort of thing is just no different than bus drivers. If you don't pay market, the talent's going to go where talent gets paid to go.
And I'm not disputing that. Me personally, I'm struggling, and I have let this be known to Dr. Flores, to Annette. I've been struggling since before our last meeting with this whole concept first in this environment, when so many of my neighbors are, I know we've had, and Dr. Flores, you said we have teachers that are now sole breadwinners, but I also have neighbors that, have lost, one spouse has lost their job and the other one's at 50%. There are a lot of people struggling, and I understand that the education world is a little bit behind that, but next year I know it's going to be tough. It's going to be really hard for our teachers and all of our staff. And I don't want to negate that, and I don't want to act like it's not there. And I want to support them. But for me, when we're really not even talking, and $1,100, back to Corey's point, yes, I get that you talk about 2%, but $7,000, $10,000, $15,000 versus $1,100 for the people we're going to ask to be on the front lines, as kids come back that are 5 months behind school. The package as a whole is just not something I'm comfortable with right now.
Well, you're exactly right, President Weir. You were not comfortable with a pay raise period a month ago. You said, hey, it's not a good time. And I agree with you. It's not a good time. And I would hope that other school districts had said, you know what, we agree, and it's not a good time to have staff increases. But guess what's happening? And it's real. And yes, I get that neighbors are losing their job. I'm the same way here, same in my neighborhood. However, in the education profession right now, that's why we came at a 2% only. That's why this administration said, and I started with my comments, it said, hey, I'd love to say, and they deserve much more. I'm saying that at this point, and anywhere that we feel that we're overcompensated, which we're just showing that it's market, trying to get them to market. We're not even trying at this point to get them to market. We're trying to say, hey, let's get a little bump here, and let's all at this point in time be together and understand how can we find some common ground that we can support tonight. Because what I'd love is for whatever that is that we can all support, or what have you. That's it. But I get what you're saying. I just wish that school districts around us and around the state and nation had said, you know what, but that we're not providing raises. Then we're good with our staff. But right now, it's obvious that that's not happening right around us. So. Yeah.
And I get that. And that was kind of why, I had put out the stipend idea, which I get doesn't apply to TRS. And so it wasn't as appealing. But we can let Corey,
yeah.
If we're going in reverse order, Corey, you can, I will pass the gauntlet to you. We can come back to me.
So, I definitely share a lot of your concerns, Amy, and I think that they did a great presentation. Really, TASB came out and showed the community where we're at in terms of paying our staff, and they're valid. They're absolutely valid. But I don't know how, even if we say 7,000 is the limit, I don't know how to tell my teacher neighbors that I gave a $7,000 raise because that person was really under market, but I gave you a $1,100 raise. And the truth of the matter is they're really under market too. Not the market in terms of comparative, but just the fact that teachers are severely underpaid. So that's my concern here. And I think for me, if we could find a reasonable say, okay, this is the ceiling and it's not perfect. Okay. We know that it's not but we know that some of these positions, if we do not give them some raises, they're just going to be vastly under market. And so, I mean, I think I could come to a point where I could accept, a certain cap. But I also agree with you, Amy, like we have to be cognizant of the fact that we have neighbors and constituents out there that are really in dire financial shape, are losing their jobs, are losing large parts of their income. And so whatever we do, we have to remember that they pay the bills and we have to be respectful of their situations. And I will say that I have worked so hard to study our financial situation, and I have and what's likely to happen in the state. I mean, way, way, way too many hours. And I think, and I've looked at other districts, and I think we're in a good financial position. I really do think that we can do some targeted raises this year. I think we can handle it. And 3 weeks ago, I know that I was in that place, but I worked really studied hard. I feel better about it. But I also think we really have to be cognizant of, the situation in terms of are we going to be able to really bring people to market this year? I just don't think it's respectful of our constituents' financial position.
Mr. Moses?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, and I agree. I'm more in the line of let's do some of this over time, kind of take a small bite of the apple for some of these folks. Because I will say, when I hear somebody is 35% under market and is 16 out of 16 and 17 out of 18, that doesn't really represent what I think we all believe Roanoke ISD is. Like, that's never been acceptable for anything. So why should it be for that one position? That shouldn't be, because that person, I guarantee you, works just as hard, if not more, than the person in our neighboring districts and peer districts. They should be compensated at that professional level. But to your point, Corey, I agree that right now, we need to be thoughtful in how we are allocating these out, which is why I think we're starting out to get $7,000 seems reasonable. And I feel like that's something that you can kind of explain to somebody. Because you go even to a teacher and you say, Mr. or Miss Teacher, hey, you're 35% under market. Do you think you should be paid on market? They're going to say yes. So it's we're trying to do that for somebody else in this district as well. I think also when you look at this, now be the third time I've said it, but we also need to remember you think about it. You ask a parent, most parents, especially right now with all the at-home learning, does your child's teacher deserve a raise? Yes. Does the counselor deserve a raise? Yes. Does the principal? Yes. Does our bus driver? Yes. Does our librarian? Yes. Because they're all so critical to the development of each child. And they each do so much to try and improve the learning and growth of each individual child that walks through our doors. And so I think also it's important to think about, while we need to make at least that first step, if we don't do anything for anybody or even do anything for one person, that's the further we're going to fall behind in that position or positions. And then, as Dr. Flores or Amy pointed out, when that person does either move on for more pay or retire, this board then shouldn't be shocked when we get told, hey, we have to significantly raise the compensation for this position. We all shouldn't be caught off guard by that if you want to try and get somebody good who is expected to meet the expectations of Roanoke ISD. So I think I want to be respectful of our community, respectful of our teachers, but also make sure we're positioned to meet our parents' expectations when we come back in the fall. We have high quality, well compensated staff in place to do that at all levels. Because the teachers is on the front line, but you also need the folks behind the scenes making sure that teacher has the resources and the tools they need to be successful. Because without that teacher's going to be in a much more harder position. So I can absolutely support what's presented. I can also present it if we put in I cap it because I think that is reasonable.
Right,
May I
Mr. Matt?
clarify something real
yeah.
quick? Just to be in full transparency, I kept talking about market, and we're talking about market adjustments for these folks, especially the folks that were getting the largest. This does not fix market for them. They still, most of them, 12, 16, 18, 21% below those market values. This simply chips away at the differential. So I don't know that you could even say as a district, we fixed your market competitiveness issue for these jobs. You've just worked to address it in a small way. So just want to be very clear about that this is not a panacea. It's a Band-Aid at this point.
That's a great, I'm glad you mentioned that. And I think that's important for the folks who are watching and will be talking about this, that the know is that we actually should be applauding our staff. We should be applauding them tremendously for the fact that they've been doing a great job for the less pay. I mean, how many of us would actually do that? So I think if we don't take care of our staff and at least show a good faith effort that we're moving in direction to compensate them in line with the market, we can't expect them to stick with us forever because they do have a career and have families that they're think about. So I appreciate you putting that on, Amy.
All right, Mr. Math.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start, but I'm very sensitive and sympathetic to paying our teachers at or above market value. Based on the data that I saw, I'm probably all in for teachers for 2%. If you look at the proposed salary changes, if I remember the numbers right, it was about 6.8 based on the 2% across the board. And then there was another, I don't remember the number, but it was not an immaterial number that were for the adjustments. Most of those adjustments are probably appropriate. I'm sure we've got IT people and maintenance people and bus drivers and food service people that need to be paid market value, and they're going to leave us if they're not paid market value. As you kind of get further up the food chain, that's where I think it deserves more individual and focused and targeted attention. So Dr. Flores alluded to the fact that I did have a conversation with him today, and I said, okay, well, if someone's at 80% of market, I don't feel real good about that, but could we just take a small bite and have a cap? And I know the number 7,000 was thrown around. I don't know that that's the right number. It might be 3,000, 4,000. I don't know the right number. But I was just thinking that, once you're at a very high position, if we could incrementally get to where we think is the appropriate place to end up, that would be the way to go. And that might just mean 2% for some. If someone's $3,000 below market, I'm not that concerned about that. It's only those that are significantly below market that I think we need a focused and targeted plan. The last thing I'll say is, I'm all about unity. And if it's not good for a certain percentage of this board, then it's not good for this board. We're a team of 8, and I'm not saying we need a 7-0 vote, but I'm not ready to move forward on the whole package with a 4-3 vote. So maybe there is a middle ground that we could reach where we do all have common agreement. And I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. Ms. Gonzalez?
If the narrative here was different, I could understand not being up to market, not rewarding our teachers. But we have a massive fund balance. The money is there. The recommendation is there. I have such a hard time comparing our teachers and our staff to everybody else. I don't want to do that. I want to look at them for their face value, for what they mean to this district, for what they've done for the district. I don't want to compare them to Dell, that's not fair. And that's not what we're about. We're better than that. our students deserve better. Our teachers deserve better. And I just want us to get there. I understand we're at y'all's mercy. The naysayers, the no's, we are at your mercy. So whatever it takes to get us there, I will do. But our teachers need to be rewarded. Period. We're done.
Before you go, Amber, do you mind if I just say one thing? Because I want to make it clear that I'm not arguing against a pay raise. My issue is the package and the differences, and really.
And my difference is let's compromise. Let's figure this out.
And I am. And
I didn't hear that from you.
Well. Then I don't know that you were listening, but that's okay because I'm saying this whole package. Now, I mean, I heard Steve Mass say 2% earlier, just across the board. I know, a cap, is definitely something. I'll tell you, I'm struggling with the whole thing because I suspect too that our underpaid staff are all women or mostly women. And that bothers me. So, I have a lot that I'm trying to come to grips with. But, most importantly, when we talk about well-compensated staff, my issue really is $1,100 for teachers is not making them well-compensated. I would actually like a better package for them.
I totally agree. And I don't want this whole thing to come to a vote where we don't compensate our.
Well, Amy, is it zero or is it more? Because I'm not trying to, but I want to make sure I know where you stand. You've kind of been all over the board the last few weeks. It's like it's either nothing or we need to do a whole lot more. So I just want to know. I want to be clear where I understand.
Can we go on and get our comments and then we
Sorry. Yes. Okay. So we'll come back around to me anyway because I'm at the end. Sorry.
Keep going.
Sorry, Amber. Why don't you go ahead and go?
So y'all know that I've supported the pay raise from the beginning. We have the money. I trust in the financial advisors that we receive from Dr. Oddix and his team. I also take a pulse on the people that take the initiative to email the board and things like that. And over the last 2 days, I'm going to go through quickly so I don't get release any information of people, but I've written down every email that we've received. And a few people said no to this package because it was raising their taxes. So that's some misinformation. This package does not raise any taxes. We're not recommending any kind of tax increase. Other than that, of the 19 emails of the people, there were 1, 2, 3 that said no tax increase. There was one email that said no to a pay raise. Everything else said, maybe not this package, but yes, we need to have a pay raise for our teachers. Admin's getting too much, which was maybe based on incorrect information on an email that was sent out to the community. But we really didn't get any feedback that said, no, don't raise salaries at this time, unless they thought it was tied to a tax increase. Then we received the feedback from our teachers group, and over 600 people took the initiative to sign that document saying that they wanted a pay increase. Some will leave if they don't. Some can, some can't. Some will stay if they don't get a pay increase, but we know we will lose some people, especially when they just have to drive across 130 to go to a different district to get paid more. I have a really hard time saying no pay raise to 6,500 employees because 8 people are getting a market adjustment. And I think it's really important to go back and remember that this market adjustment was not recommended from the district. It came from an unbiased survey from TASB looking at these positions as compared to other districts across the state. And in those particular positions, we're only looking at other school districts, not even at our industry. So I think it's really important to take all that stuff into consideration. Can I get behind some kind of hybrid, where we have a cap? Yes, because I want this to pass. But when I hear Amy Campbell tell me that if I give this one individual a very large raise, they're still 25% market, that makes me really sad for that one person, because it makes me feel like 25% of their work they're doing for free. And I don't know who it is. I don't want to know who it is, but I bet we have a lot of value in that person. So I have a real hard time. Now, do I also have a really hard time in the economy we're in saying, yeah, you get a $15,000 increase? Absolutely. Absolutely. But we cannot compare education with the private sector. We need teachers. We need administrators. We need all of these people to be teaching our students. We're going to need them now more than ever after this crisis that we're going through right now, because we know we're going to have kids that are struggling. And we need the most dedicated crew and the most invested crew that we can possibly have in order to make sure that our students are progressing as far as they can. So I support it as presented, but I would vote for it if we put some kind of cap on those, 8 people that Amy Campbell was referring to. Thanks.
Okay, Chad, you're up.
Okay, so I'll go quick here. Well, a lot of points were already made that I certainly agree with on both sides. But one of the things is, and I'm glad you brought it up, there is no tax increase. Now we will adjust the tax rate possibly in September. So a lot of people were seeing that. Regarding the number of emails, we've done this in the past where we look at the emails and we say, oh, we got twice as many for this versus that. There's 170,000 registered voters who are all taxpayers, and they are participants in this. And even though they're not speaking up, they are critical to the decision that we make here going forward. Regarding the fund balance and dipping into that, whatever we vote for now will have to be sustained for every year going forward. So to say, well, we've got the fund balance, let's use it, is we can only dip into that a certain amount of time. Then we either have to raise taxes, which we're going back to anyway, or that will be an issue. And then this is not an either or issue. It's not an either, oh, don't you care about kids? If you don't vote for this raise, you don't care about kids. That's not the issue at all. We gave a 5%, whatever it was last year, a minimum of 3%. Some teachers got a huge percent pay increase last year. And again, that was predominantly for the teachers, but it was also for the staff. And we have to be aware of what's going on in the economy. Yeah, whether or not this is different from the corporate sector, these teachers that we all advocate for, they have a 1-year contract. Texas is an at-will state. A lot of employees at Dell and High Tech and IBM, they can be laid off tomorrow. They can get a phone call. They can get a conference call and say, you're furloughed, your pay is cut, or whatever. It's terrible. So we have to take that into account, considering what's going on in the world economy right now. Is this the best solution? I hate to see, I can't believe that we had some of these staffers so far behind when last year there was a huge pay raise. Why wasn't it addressed then? How could we get so far behind in 1 year? And this is something that needs to be addressed, is how did that happen? How did that the board only works with the information we're given by the superintendent and the staff and the finance officer, by Kenneth. So again, I'm going to say it's not a good time. It's not that I'm against teachers. I'm not against the staff. By no means, I'm all in favor of that. And every one of these, point was brought up earlier about it's just an LSG issue. Everybody who works in the district supports the teachers, and all of those teachers work for supporting the students, which is LSG. If it's payroll, if it's food service, it's accounting, somebody is helping operate this district, electrical, whatever, maintenance, they are doing what they can. So for us to say, well, this isn't an LSG issue, they all are, they should be. And if they're not, then maybe we need to look at some of the staffing ratios that we have. So right now, I can't support this proposal the way it is. If there's an option where some of the teachers and some of these other staffs, but I just can't see where we will go out in the light of what's going on right now, give a raise to some, and a large raise considerable to others, knowing what's going on out in the world. From the last time we met, the price of oil went to zero for a while, went below zero for a while, and the governor announced no more school for the rest of the year. So those are two huge factors that happened since our last meeting. We still don't know that nobody knows whether or not schools are going to be open in August. And you have no idea what the enrollment's going to be. You don't know how many people are going to keep their kids homeschool, or they might have to move. That was brought up before. So there are just so many variables right now. And I know we can't predict them all, but we have to work with what is in front of us at this time. That's all I have.
All right. Thanks, Chad. So I'll go back to answer your question, Mason, earlier. So, in talking to Dr. Flores and talking to Annette and Nikki, just to sort of address your question, my problems are really with the market adjustments. I absolutely feel like we need to support our teachers, but when it looks like we're giving our teachers and our experienced teachers less than we're giving on some of these market adjustments, and I get that we're below. I mean intrinsically I understand all of that. But my problem is if we are going to have well compensated teachers and we are going to talk about a 2% raise and I guess just to go back to Steve Mass, I felt like people are really looking for that 2%. And I would have really liked a little more option, a little more flexibility, some other options of how we could try to come about this. And maybe that is for us as a board, but I hate to go through each of those. I kind of got burned on some of the policy updates. So I had gone line by line and I was looking at all of the adjustments. And I mean, some of them are minimal, right? I mean, I think there's one that was like 1 cent on the minimum pay raise. And obviously for the hourly people, I feel like, we definitely, custodians, I think are going to have a tough job. We may need more custodians when we come back. So I don't want it to be that I'm against the pay raise for the teachers. My problem is after that.
Well, and I appreciate you clarifying that. I mean, that helps a lot as far as, as Steve Math like to say, trying to find unity and us trying to find a solution. So what I would propose, I'm not making a motion yet, I want to get feedback, but propose is the 2%. I know, Dominic, we started, and think about this, we started with what was proposed. Everyone gets their adjustment. Dr. Flores offered $7,000. What if we did the 2% and a $5,000 cap? I feel like that's fair, measured, reasonable, and unless Amy, I saw Amy came will pop up.
You could say you could say as a district, if you chose to adopt the pay plans as recommended, you could say we don't want extra targeted adjustments that would be greater than 5,000, but there are some employees that need more than that just to get into their pay range. So you as a district would have to say, we're willing to pay them a pay grade lower than what was recommended, or possibly 2 pay grades lower, just to avoid paying that extra amount in adjustment. Or you'd have to, and we would never ever recommend this, you'd have to agree to pay those individuals below minimum, which could be considered a discriminatory practice depending on various factors.
Well, okay.
Was that?
If I understood you right, then would it need to be, I can't believe I'm saying this because it makes my stomach turn because this is how uncomfortable it is, but saying we're going to pay them only minimum?
So if there are 2 adjustments for most of those people getting the biggest amounts, there's a cost to get them 1% above minimum. And for some individuals, that's more than $5,000. then there's a 1% adjustment on top of that. So the bulk of the cost for the increase is just to get them into their pay ranges. Then there might be 1 to, I think the highest was 4% on top of that, just to move them further into the range. Because that's the standard adjustment above the structure to get them, again, further into the range.
Okay. Then what if we just did for those folks, we got them to that 1% above minimum, and then not above that?
It might be more than 5,000, but we can.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that's got to be probably less than 8 people. Yeah, it's not, and I don't want to do this. One thing I don't want to target individuals. I feel like, and I don't think it's intentional, but it definitely, just in the conversation at times comes like we're targeting people, and that's not what we need to be doing by any means. So I don't want it to be like that, but I also want to make sure we're, I get we're something to 5,000. I just want, but also I also don't want to say if it's somebody who's at $5,020. You know, that gets under the minimum. Like come on, that's just the right thing to do.
Mr. Chadwell, I think you had a question.
I'm gonna go back to reiterate something I asked a few minutes ago. How did this get so far off so fast? Were these people hired just last year? Why wasn't this addressed last year? I can understand getting off by a couple percent, maybe 5%, but when you're saying 10, 15, 20%, what happened? How did that happen?
Some of those jobs have been behind market consistently, but when you're making strategic decisions about which jobs to adjust, every district has to pick and choose what they can afford and what's their priority for that year. So in the past, these were not made a priority. This year, because that difference is just now virtually insurmountable, it's, you know, the focus was on fixing these folks because you're seeing the impact of it now. So Kenneth losing staff members, some of the people that are in the employee data we're working with are no longer there because of this. So yeah, it was, and you continue to grow. So the neighbors that you used to compare to are no longer your peers for administrators. So Hutto, Maynard, Del Valle, those districts are significantly smaller than you. And so an executive director in your district looks very different than an executive director in those smaller districts.
So I know that there's growth, and I know there's other districts, but I also know that districts are not going to do a pay raise this year because of the environment, the economy that we're in. So, you know, you showed that list earlier where there were 3 that were potentially going to do 2%. And of course, Pflugerville's the only one, as far as I know, that has passed a resolution, and that was before.
Hutto did as well. Theirs is 3% with a 1% potential additional payment in the fall, depending on funding availability. So, I mean, what I tell districts often is in a time when your neighbors are not giving as much, that's the perfect time to bridge some of those gaps because you're able to chip away at a difference because the finish line's not moving quite as far. So, you know, you're able to get more bang for your buck when you're making adjustments in a situation like this. And of course, it is the board member's prerogative to decide that. I just saying it.
Is there a way, can we find out, supposedly these people that moved from one Round Rock to other district, did they get $10,000 as a way for us to verify that? Or was that the main reason? Did they do an exit interview and they said, well, they got that? Because I know several people moved over for a lateral move, same job. And did they get a $10,000 raise by moving over there?
I'll have to defer to administration on that. I don't know.
I was listening. I didn't know if my sound was off. I do know this. We are heavily recruited with our administrators as assistant principals to principals in other districts and so on and so forth. So yes, we are recruiting quite a bit. As far as just leaving for lateral jobs, it's my understanding if they left for a lateral position, it was $10,000, $15,000 more. And one of them is in particular in Kenneth's shop. And again, I don't want to give that name, but at the same time, so I mean, we're starting to lose folks. That's for sure.
Mr. Math, did you have a question?
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what Chad was talking about. Is seemed like yesterday we were okay, and today, you know, it's a big deal, and that's because in the past we didn't make it a priority, but today it's bubbled up to the top priority. And I used to have a friend that used to say, you know, Lord, give me religion, just don't give it all to me at once. So I just want to know if there's a way to take a baby step. What middle ground can we have where we just move in the right direction, but maybe it's a 2 to 3 year plan.
Again, back to Chad's question, I do think when we wondered it didn't just happen in 1 year. It's only been that it's addressed in the totality this year because that's what TASB was tasked to do. That's what Kenneth Audix is a specialist at. Kenneth Audix is a specialist at coming back and seeing, hey, if we want to pay folks more, we need to know how much they paid. What we were doing before, Mr. Chadwell and other board members, and we would go, instead of having TASB do the whole district, we would go various divisions. And so it was a matter of, so we were being prudent with time and saying, we can't do it all at once. Well, things were going so well, and then all of a sudden something happened called COVID-19, right? So that changes everything, and we know that. But at the same time, so when you ask, how did it just happen? It didn't just creep up on us. It's that we were addressing it, not in totality, but by divisions. And maybe now we look at it and we have those gaps.
Yeah, and I know it didn't just creep up on us, but with the COVID thing, now is just the wrong time to take that giant leap to make it right. And
well, that's why, and no, I didn't mean to interrupt. That's why I'm saying though that whatever that is, that y'all can find the common ground of what that number. And Amy said 5,000 isn't it, so I that's why it's in there. I can't. That's all I could advocate. But what is there something that's workable at this point in time, or as you say, and I think that's where you're going, is creeping up. Maybe this year this percentage, next year that percentage. I don't know.
And just to reiterate too, I want to be very clear that these adjustments do not address that market problem. So this really is chipping away at it. It's baby steps to get there. This is not the fix. It's a temporary step in the right direction. So in subsequent years, we would come back to you next year and the year after and say there is still a market differential that needs to be addressed. This does not correct all those problems. It's just a step towards that. So just to be extra clear about that.
So in the spirit of what Trustee Moses did, let me throw something out for people to chew on just to get a temperature. Could we vote tonight on the 2% and then look at some options for market adjustments at the next meeting? That takes care of our teachers.
No, I want to look at Kenneth and Nat. I know last time there was a calendar. We were kind of pushing this out almost as far as we could. I don't know if that helps anything, so I'd be curious to hear from them. Steve, I'm not saying I'm open on processing what you just asked, but I want to hear from them as far as like what, from a timeline standpoint, if that's doable.
How would that work, Kenneth?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question becomes how long are you trying to delay the decision?
I'm just trying to delay the decision until a supermajority of our board feels comfortable with it.
Well, and I hear that, Steve, but also think that at some point there's got to be a decision, even if it's not a supermajority, because if we just wait till the supermajority is comfortable, then we run out the clock to June 30th, and those folks get nothing. And now we didn't take care of not just and that isn't just. I feel like so much of this is thought about, our top employees, but I mean, I can on an org chart, but also in there is a lot of people who are critical to the day-to-day operations of the district. And if we don't take care of that, then they're the ones that are going to get hurt the most. And so if we're going to wait for a supermajority, I mean, that allows a minority to drag this out until there's no action taken at all. So
not to interrupt you, Mr. Moses, it feels like we have a pretty good majority here. I think only Trustee Chadwell said he couldn't get behind a raise at all. Maybe I misunderstood Ms. Weir, but I felt like she said she could get behind some kind of raise, had problems with the adjustments issue, but other than Trustee Chadwell, I felt like 6 of us were like, yeah, at the very minimum, let's give a raise. And then the rest of us were like, well, let's figure out the adjustment side of this. Was I incorrect in that summary?
I don't think you're absolutely right from what I heard on the teacher raises. I think there's broad support for that.
It's not just teacher raises, like 2% across the board, and then we work in the adjustment. So
right now that's about the same thing because what we were heard from TASB has said the difference is like 1.9 to 2%. It's like that's well, I get 1.9 isn't 2%, but if we look at it any other way, everyone's going to say that's 2%. I get it.
And I wholeheartedly believe that our teachers understand their pay scales and they understand raises. I wholeheartedly believe that.
If I could just toss in a wrench into the works here. So because there's an educator career pathway and it's a fragile system where counselors and SLPs and ed diags and assistant principals all the way up the pathway, there is an engineered pathway there that if at the last minute teacher pay changes, that throws all of that pathway. It increases the cost for all of those too. So just as a caution, teacher pay, so much hinges on that in terms of the pay structure hierarchy that just as a caution there.
So you could give a raise to the teachers and then they would never be incentivized to switch and go to another.
Correct. You would pay your assistant principals less than they would make if they were a teacher, if that hierarchy is not preserved.
So a step sort of program. All right.
So, I mean, I go back to, I'm hearing there's obviously way more complicated than we thought, which is a red flag to me that we've gotten into the weeds and we kind of missed the broader picture. Because I think if we go back to our LSG goals and what we think, when what we're being told is needed to meet that, we're seeing what it is and we're hearing a reasonable, here's some reason from the administration saying, hey, we get to given the current climate, we can't do all of this, but getting this to, I don't know the right phrasing, and Amy Campbell, I'm looking at you. It's whether it's the lesser of or greater of the midpoint or 2%. That way it's the 2%, but unless like that 2% takes you above that 1% above midpoint like we've been talking about.
You mean for all staff or just for teachers?
I'm thinking I'm for all staff. Like, well, not the teachers. I think it sounds like we're doing. I'm talking about the kind of everyone else.
That would fundamentally change all of our recommendations. So I don't have an answer to that right now.
So, yeah. Very tracked.
Yeah, I mean, I could say that a 2% salary increase, if you wanted your 30-year teacher, so the last visible year of experience on your teacher salary structure, to get an actual 2% increase, you would have to give $1,300 to every teacher instead of 11.
But I'm talking about the teacher part, again, I think everyone is at least pretty good with. It's the market adjustments. I guess the adjustments more than the 2% increase or the minimum, or getting them to the minimum plus 1%.
So it all hinges on giving the 2% to begin with. It's building blocks. So if you give a 2%, if there's still a cost that's needed to get them into their range, we calculate that. Then if there's still a cost needed to align them with the teacher pay structure to keep that hierarchy going, we calculate that. Those are the have to increases. You can't really implement a pay structure that we've recommended without those, because you'd pay people less than they'd make in their prior job. In that hierarchy, and you'd pay them less than minimum. The targeted adjustments are the important, but you could do it without that. That could be the chip away part. So when we add those together, there are a handful of people that are getting those larger increases. 5,000 is not the right number because there's still teacher pay equity and cost to minimum that's greater than 5,000. I think more like 7,000 to 8,000 would be the bare minimum maximum adjustment for staff and still implement the structures as recommended. I'll have to get more final on those numbers, but in the $7,000 to $8,000 range is. And Annette, did we talk about that earlier, where you have a better count than I do offhand?
I believe that. Well, I don't have the count for 5,000 and up. That we did not have. Mm-hmm. So I know that. We had talked about maybe being able to do the 7,000, and I don't have the number for 5 yet. I'm not real sure. I do want to say, just to make real clear, when we're talking about adjustments, and I get, absolutely having a cap and those types of things, but don't forget there's adjustments for teachers and librarians. Special ed stipend is included. That $1.9 million has been advertised completely differently. That $1.9 million includes people in every single pay grade or every single pay group. So if you look at that cost model 1 that we showed you at the very beginning, it's everybody. And that's where the bus ones are, where our bus drivers are, etc. It's technology, it's business, it's instructional, and it's also the increase to days for some of our special ed folks with speech and language pathology and LSSPs, and also the special ed stipends. So all of that's included in that $1.9 million. It's not just a market adjustment. It's also got stipends in it, some compression, like she was talking about, to make sure that we don't have, and then also some of the market adjustment as well. Just want to make sure.
That's a great point, Annette. Yeah, thank you. Let me clarify that the bulk of the adjustments, the most money from those adjustments goes to teachers, goes to instructional exempt to preserve that teacher career pathway, goes to your operations support staff, so your hourly frontline workers, and administrative support. So the folks that are getting those adjustments, that we're talking about a handful of people who are getting the larger adjustments, but the bulk of that money is pointed to other staff. So just to be clear.
So Amy Campbell, or Annette, I guess I'm not hearing from anybody else who's willing to make a move or a concession anywhere. So I'm trying to, I would love to hear from Corey or some Steve Math again or Amy again. And because I'm close to just making a motion, guys, and just seeing how it falls, because we got to make this decision. Our staff deserves to know. And to hold this up because of a few people that there is an adjustment, which we're trying to work with you on. I'm trying to work with you to find a reasonableness on this adjustment. But I got to hear something from somebody that they're willing to work.
So I'll go ahead.
I was just going to say, of the folks that aren't fully comfortable with the whole package, what's the most you would be comfortable with? Are you prepared to answer that?
I would say that I think
$5,000.
I think $5,000 is a reasonable place, and I think that I don't know the language or how, and I'm just sitting here and thinking, I wish we could have had this discussion. I wish that, you don't even know how many questions I've asked and how much we've tried to work behind the scenes to get to something that, seemed there. And I don't, so yeah, give me some help here. I'm okay with, can we say $5,000? All right. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that I'm telling teachers that there's going to be staff people that are going to get 5 times the raise that you're going to get. I don't like it, but okay, I get it. We'll move. It's not that many people. We'll move on. So
can I ask a clarifying question? Again, this is no judgment. I'm just seeking to understand. But when you say 5,000, are you talking about adjustment only, or are you talking about raise of roughly 2% plus adjustment?
Well, I would say that teachers are making $1,100 more. I'm not okay with. I can't go and tell people that, I approved a raise that gave so and so $9,000 more because they were really under market. I can't do it right now. I just can't. So I think I could live with myself if I said, okay, we brought them up $5,000. They're still really under market, but, that's where I am. And like I said before, you don't know how hard, we've all been sending, I've been sending email after email trying to work this out. So I'm really sad that it's 10 o'clock at night. We're 5 hours into this meeting. And the things that are the really important stuff, which is talking about our student outcome measurement, we haven't even gotten there. We're not even there yet. We haven't even talked about student outcomes. So, and that's coming up. That's our next 2 items, is how are we going to measure student outcomes in the midst of this crisis? So I'd like to reserve some time for that. So if we can't make a decision tonight, I mean, let's just schedule another meeting in a few days and get this out of the way so that we can talk about student outcomes.
So, Corey, you were saying 5,000 as the max anybody would get. Right?
That's correct. And I know that that's hard. I get all of the things that Amy's saying. I totally understand completely. But that's where I'm at.
So we would have to revise the compensation plans as recommended and bring them back to the board. You could not adopt the plan and limit total increases to 5,000 as is. We would have to lower the ranges back closer to where they're at now, so closer to the 9% below market, to make that happen. We're happy to do that if that's the will of the board and the administration. We just, you wouldn't be able to take action on it if that's the direction you're going, because we would have to redo everything.
But Amy, you're saying
Going back to
7,000 to solve that.
It would be closer, yes. I think you, I mean, I'm trying to do this on the fly on my second monitor, so I feel a little uncomfortable making promises about it, but I would say 5,000 is definitely not doable, just because a percent of midpoint for higher level pay grades is very close to that. And many of those people need more than 2% plus 5,000 just to get into their range. So if the board's not willing to approve the increases to get them in the range, well, then we have to lower the range to make it cost less to get them in. That would be the board saying, you know, currently you're at 92% of market for the business exempt group range. We're getting you to 97% of market in the range. So not even market equal, that's 97% next year of current market values. We would have to say more like, okay, you can maybe go from 92 to 94% of market. And if that's the will of the board, we'll make it. We'll create those. It's just not doable today, right now.
Can okay, so I would not be opposed to that. And I know, Mason, that you said you wanted to vote today. But
if that's not doable, that's not doable.
Right. So here's what and last year, you know, I looked back, and last year we actually did it at mid-May, I think May 15th. And so I guess having that date in my head, because I could get behind that. I guess I would ask maybe, how could we get our teachers more to like a true 2% all the way, so that our most experienced teachers aren't even that little bit below 2%. But could we come back? I mean, I don't know how quickly you could do that. Could we come back Monday or Tuesday?
I think for us that would be, because we'd have to work with Kenneth and roll that into his budget process too, because it's like a ecosystem of pay structures, and so when we mess with one, it creates ripple effects in other pay structures. So we will do our best to work quickly. I'm hesitant to promise a final product in 2 days, though.
Oh, actually, we wouldn't be able to post it, right? We'd have to. But maybe in a week. I mean, maybe that's for Dr. Audix also.
I mean, and I'll say we'll need some guidance from, better guidance, I guess, so that I have an action plan, because there's a dollar difference in what the pay structures would look like if the tolerance level for increases is 7,000 versus 5,000. I don't want to overshoot low to market, because our job is to give you pay structures that fit within your budget, that are internally equitable, and that gets you as close to market as you can afford. And we've done that. And so I think backing out to where you have a bigger comfort, a better comfort level, that I'll just need some guidance on dollar figures, I guess, is where I'm going.
So at $7,000, we wouldn't have to do all of this restructuring. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I feel much more confident with 7 than 5. Yes.
So is there a compromise there of 7?
I guess explain to me what that, when you say that's 7 total, or that's 7 plus 2%?
That if we look at just that BEX group, I think some of the people who, I mean, I don't know. I really have to dig into it some more because they're all building blocks. So if we take out one piece, it changes the rest of the adjustments. So I don't feel comfortable promising a number right now. We weren't prepared for that.
Amy, how many people are we talking about that this would affect?
As far as I recall, it was 8. And Annette, was that the number that we came? 8 people.
So we're holding up a whole compensation plan
For 8 people?
people. I mean, I think our teachers, our staff needs clarity. I'm here. I've been patient, and I'll just say this. I think I can't call the vote, but that's something. That's all I can say about that.
I think 7 is a good compromise, and I think it can get done quickly. I don't think it's a huge leap from 5 to 7. Not a huge leap. We have
you
the
don't
money.
get through this whole redoing of the whole comp plan.
Well, but actually, Amy, you were saying you would have to redo it even for 7?
It's borderline. There may be some adjustments that are just a hair over that, but I don't. Annette, do you remember where we came up with that? I have 5 different files open that I'm flipping between because those exempt staff live in multiple.
But it wouldn't take 5 days to do it.
I don't believe so, but do you remember which groups, Annette, the 8 people were in? Were they all BEX or were they also? Okay.
Instructional exempt as well.
Okay.
Could we get behind a plan as the board to pass this tonight if we said we gave a little bit of leeway that said we will pass a 2% pay raise and no more salary increase than the bare minimum to leave the current structure in place? And I don't know exactly what the wording would be, but if it's $7,050, then great. Don't make her redo the whole thing. I mean, if everybody can kind of agree that 7,000, then and if it's 7,050, don't make her do the whole thing over again and restructure everybody's pay grade for $50. We pass something that the bare minimum adjustments to not have to redo the entire pay structure. Can we pass that tonight?
Maybe a way to say that would be to adopt the pay structure with necessary increases without those targeted adjustments. The targeted adjustments are the extra on the icing on the cake. It's the necessary increases to maintain the integrity of the structure better.
I'm ready to make that motion.
Yeah, so am I.
So I want to get to a place where we can all feel comfortable, but I would feel more comfortable just seeing the final product before voting yes. That's just my initial feel.
The final product meaning?
Making her
meaning after all the numbers are run and we could, vet.
So the only change then would be some staff would get less increases than proposed. The structures would
the only
remain
different
the
would be
same.
the 8 people would have a less of a salary increase.
Correct.
So the current presentation would be about, let's say it was $10,000 times 8 people. That the new budget for salary would be $80,000 less than what it is right now.
I have no idea what that number is, but conceptually, yes, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. So I know we don't know exactly what those numbers are, but
And part of the struggle, to be frank, is that we're working with employee data that we got a couple months ago, and several of these staff who would need increases to get into the structure are no longer employed by the district because they went to neighboring districts. So I wish I could just point and say it's this number of people, but there's terminated employees who went to neighbors who are still in the data. And so trying to parse that out is tough for me at the moment.
Then, Madam President, if I may, I'd like to make a motion that the board, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the adoption of the 2020-2021 compensation plan as reflected in a Model 1, Appendix 1, without the targeted adjustments.
second.
Okay.
That change,
So-
that's different than what y'all said before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said that
Yeah.
target. Okay, no,
Yeah, I thought that was the language you said.
Well, see, because I just want to be clear that
With
without
the minimum
targeted,
target adjusted.
right?
with the minimum target adjustments, yes.
Because the idea, there's so many other people getting targeted adjustments. It's just those people with the maximum amounts that you're taking issue with, right? Not everyone else.
Can we do something though? Could we give you some time to come up with some language right now and go on and talk about our next two items and just put this on hold just to give you like an hour to think about it and put something together, and then we'll come back to it. But that way we can just talk about our student outcomes, and then you would have time to put together something that could work within your model that we could vote on. But that way we can move on, and we don't have to like worry that we're passing something that's not even feasible.
I don't think she said it wasn't feasible.
Yeah, I'm happy to draft something. I would certainly defer to your counsel because I am not an attorney.
I think we can come back to it.
Yeah, so as long as it captures, Amy, as long as what you describe captures fairly accurately what you're describing, I'm fine with you trying to craft language, as long as it accurately describes what you've been trying to explain.
Okay.
Well, I guess, and my concern about, I'm fine maybe taking like a quick delay, but Ms. President Weir, I was going to suggest we start at 5.
I know, it's 10.
And I want to talk about the student outcomes too, but what's just as much the quality discussion. And the quality discussion is going to be pretty lacking after a 5-hour Zoom meeting. So I was wondering if we could maybe, I know there's still one action item we need to dispense with before the end of the meeting, but the other two, if we could maybe look at scheduling those for next week to talk about, because I'm just thinking right now the quality is going to be pretty poor.
I agree. I was thinking that same thing actually as we were getting so late into this. Okay, but you had a motion,
and it has a second.
And it has a second. So we've got to deal with that first.
So if we don't pull it, we've got to call it and vote for it if we don't change it. We can't vote for this since we already have
I want to get the language right though, because I know what we're all maybe perhaps intending, but I want to make sure that that's what is. So it was the see, this is the issue with 5 hours in meetings.
Yeah.
It was the
Didn't we have a workshop on this?
a few, I think. So Amy Campbell, I'm forgetting the phrase.
Minimum target adjustments.
Yes. So I'm going to amend mine.
Is that right, Amy Campbell?
So I was trying to type something out here, but I skipped dinner and so brain functioning slowly. I think you could say with increases as needed to implement the pay structures with fidelity, or you could say with increases as recommended with limited targeted adjustments for the, oh gosh, I lost my train of thought there. Really, you're just trying to carve out those 8 people, and because you don't want to limit increases for everyone else. So I'm struggling with that a bit. It's a very atypical process, and so it's not language I've had to write before.
So could we just schedule something for next week? I know it's after 10, people aren't maybe on top of their game, and there's just a lot of confusion. And I feel like we've made some good progress. And I don't want to feel pressured to make a final decision when people are mentally tired and famished, etc.
I can go for
I
that.
feel like we have really we've really delved deep into this, and right now we're at a decision point. So if we want to not have any further discussion on other agendas, then that's fine. But I feel like if we stop this now, we're going to lose momentum. There's going to be more questions. There's going to be blah 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 blah. So.
Well, we still have a motion and a second. So
Let me ask one question with Doug real quick. Doug, could we use language that said, we move to present or to approve the budget in accordance with what TASB presented, and that way she has a little bit of leeway, with the targeted adjustments in those 8 staff? Or how can we write that so that there's a little bit of in the spirit of good faith, but also being legal?
Right. So the trick is to try to have a consensus when you vote as to what TASB has presented. TASB has been, Amy has been having to present quite a bit of information. There's been a lot of discussion. So I would worry that if you gave it that broad
no, I think it's only on those 8 people that we're trying to figure out how we could curtail the language on those 8 people. So if we made some kind of motion allowing TASB the discretion on the 8 people to keep their adjustments to the bare minimum just for those 8 people.
So could you say we're adopting the compensation plan as presented in model, whatever it was, with limited targeted adjustments for the 8 staff receiving the highest increases?
Not to exceed. Some language that's, I think what Amy just where Amy just went with some language of not to exceed, from all of the discussion from the board, if the plan is that it's okay to give some adjustment, but you're not going to give an adjustment that is more than you're okay with the minimal adjustment, but you don't have to completely rewrite the compensation plan, that the language would be that you would authorize the adoption of the compensation plan, not the full budget, but the compensation plan as presented, with authorization not to give increases that exceed whatever the dollar amount was that the board agreed upon.
But we don't have a dollar amount. I think that was the problem.
Right.
Well, I know it was it was a discussion between 5,000, and then there was a discussion that I think Amy Campbell presented something that said
have to be 7,000.
It's sort of kind of comfortable with, and I think Amber's amendment was, but if it's $7,050, we're not going to have to rewrite it. So
and it fundamentally changes if we're talking about pay increase plus adjustment or just adjustment. 7,000 doesn't work if we're talking about both of those together. So just to be very clear, the adjustments separately at 7,000 should be doable. It's when you combine them too, it's not.
My concern with all of this discussion is that Amy Campbell is having difficulty putting it into a sentence, which may be due to the hour and lack of nutrition and all of that. But
it looks like she has it.
And she's a compensation person, not a lawyer.
Okay, if she's got it, great.
She has that look of confidence.
It's also a very atypical compensation plan adoption language, and so it's not a pathway we've gone down before.
So I think that we need to use Amy Campbell as our canary in the coal mine on this discussion. If she's having difficulty with it, that may tell us that there is some, peculiarities that we need to be careful about. And so it may not be easy for us to just, summarize it in a generic statement.
I think that's a great point. I feel very uncomfortable talking about people instead of positions because I work in the position world, not the people world. And so when we talk about carving out different pay increases for individuals as part of a compensation plan adoption, if you remember, I pointed you back to your DEA local policy. We're talking about plans and budget, not increases by individuals. So I do definitely have a level of discomfort with that.
So Amber and Mason, would it, since there is a level of discomfort and we've got some legal issues going on here, and I don't want to derail it because I know y'all do want to vote, but could we, if we said to Amy Campbell, Corey's 5,000 and the 7,000, and we and we don't ask any more questions. We just,
That's what I get it. That's what I think we all have an understanding of what we're trying to do.
And then we bring it back next week and just say.
That's my biggest concern is I would love to. I understand that I absolutely empathize with the hour and where we're at, and I don't want to make a motion, which I may have almost did, that changed it even a little bit. So I want to make sure we have that right, but I also want to make sure that we're all in agreement that this is the direction that at least it looks like we're going. Because the last thing I want is the pull, right? Because right now my motion's still on the floor. I don't want to pull it down and then next week we get together and now it's fundamentally changed between now and then.
Well, I think you probably are going to have to change your motion anyway. So I guess if I could offer as just a suggestion that we ask Amy and Kenneth and Annette, Dr. Flores, to just go back and look. Corey she felt more comfortable with 5,000. I know Amy said that 7,000 was easier, but if we could have maybe just those two scenarios, and that we would agree we will pick between those two. Ms. Feller?
If we go with the 5,000, she has to redo the entire pay structure.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just going to
That's
clarify.
simple. So if we have
we talked about 7.
Yeah, we either say, Amy, go redo the entire pay structure, or figure out the language so that those 8 people don't exceed the bare minimum to not have to redo the pay structure. I mean, I think that language could be done that you approve the budget, the compensation plan as presented, as long as targeted adjustments do not, the minimum targeted adjustments not to change the existing pay structure. Would that work, Amy Campbell?
May I offer a suggestion what if Amy Campbell, Doug Pontick, and I got maybe table this, give us a chance to see if the 2 lawyers put our heads in the compensation person to come up with some motion language that we could present to you all that you would be comfortable with if we kind of get off maybe on a side conference call, and then we could come back with some possible language, or if we're where we could work together to draft the language on what it is you're talking about. And I'm just offering it up as an option because there's this sort of pull between, do we want to make a decision or do we not want to make a decision? And there's a motion and we don't want to take the motion off. And I'm just suggesting that instead of asking the compensation person to try to craft motion language that is legally sound to do the things we're wanting, that the 2 lawyers could work with her to get that language in some kind of way that y'all may find acceptable. Just
and I think while they do that, that allows us to move on to that other the one action item we pulled off consent.
All right. Actually, Mr. Mouth had you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. Even at the 5,000, you have a $150,000 employee. What you're talking about is a 2% raise, roughly, which is $3,000 plus 5,000. So it's really 8,000. Which is a lot larger than what we're talking about for teachers. So even
Amy Campbell made it very clear that that did not include the pay rate. That 7,000 was just the adjustments. Everybody would still get the pay raise, and then the 7,000 is just the adjustments to get them into their minimums, right?
Yeah,
correct.
I understand that, but what we're saying is that a $150,000 employee would get an $8,000 raise under the 5,000, and it would be doing the math, a $10,000 raise at the 7,000. So. I feel like it's maybe starting to stretch a little bit beyond comfort levels. And I guess what I'm saying is there may be more support, even if Amy had to do all the extra work to do the $5,000 limit.
I mean, I feel like we're not at a place personally. I mean, I know there are people that want to vote, but it really doesn't feel like a majority of us are at a place where we want to vote right now, without polling everybody, just from comments.
At a minimum, wait until Tuesday or Thursday next week. Give her some chance. Have her eat something. Clear head. I've never liked voting when it goes this long. There's ambiguity. Well, what if this? Just never like that. So I'm not completely opposed to some of the suggestions that were out there, but I don't want to vote tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's past 10, so that's usually my cutoff anyway for our regular meeting. So if it's okay with you, Mason, we could table your motion to the.
No, we'll just pull it down because it's going to be amended anyways. But I think, but yeah, I absolutely understand the hour, and believe me, I'm the last one who wanted to be on here this late. So, but I do hope what would make me feel better is if let's move on. But before we get to the end, Amy Campbell, if you could tell us, even if you could get off and just email Annette and say, hey, this is what time I think next week we can get it. That way, before we leave, we can get a date on the calendar.
I'm not even certain I know what y'all are asking right now. I mean, so I can rebuild the pay plans to look however you want them to. I don't feel like I've heard so many different things. I'm not sure I could go off tonight and figure out the direction. So if someone can collectively let me know.
I'll take a stab at it. So it's going to be the 2%, and then the market adjustments up to, sounds like folks want to hear either the 7,000 or the 5,000.
Those are two very different pay structures. So really, I guess
we should all be aware of that by now.
Yeah.
And I think that's been that's what we're requesting.
So a 7,000 all in, and 5,000 all in.
With that wiggle room of look, if it's
right,
$7,000.
dollars here and there. Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Feller?
Amy, if you can't do it on the fly, but how much would this reduce the pay raise to our teachers? Do you have an idea? Because I know they won't be getting $1,100, right? If we have to redo the whole pay structure, they're not going to be getting $1,100, are they?
That could stay the same. You could leave that. Really, what we're talking about is the business exempt and the instructional exempt groups. So all of your other salaried professionals, that would be rebuilt. Again, when you're only working with a base increase of 2% for those higher level positions, that doesn't give you much wiggle room at all for adjustments, because that salary increase as a percent of midpoint eats up most of that 5%, or $5,000 rather. So as far as adjustments and fixing the structure, that's just going to drop those jobs down pretty close to your current pay structure. So it's sort of resetting what we did back to where you're at now.
So it would be most of the non-teaching staff would have less than a 2% raise?
No. I mean, I think we would just, rather than reducing the raise, we could still say everyone gets that 2%, but we would have to lower the structures to where when you have to fill a vacancy, like when Kenneth staff leaves, it's not as market competitive as what was recommended originally.
I think Mason, I think you summed it up perfectly. Amy, is that enough instruction for you?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Mason. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Nikki.
And thank you, Amy Campbell, for being patient with us.
Thanks for sticking it out with us and coming back. And maybe we'll send you food beforehand. So next time you have some food.
Thank you.
So, okay, we're going to table H1 then until hopefully in a minute or two we'll have a date where we can come back. I think I heard just now that we would like to postpone H2 and 3 till we can talk about it at a better time. And I apologize for Dr. Malerba for having to sit through all of this. Ms. Feller?
Do we need to have a motion to actually table H1 since it's under an action item?
I don't know. Doug, do we need an action?
Yeah, if you want to, for formality's sake, absolutely. That's appropriate. You can.
I'm not
postpone
making a
it.
motion to postpone it, but
Right, you can do that. Make a motion to postpone it for the next week.
I move to postpone those two, H2 and 3, next week.
H1.
And the compensation plan.
Yeah, we're doing all.
All three, all right. All three,
Three.
H1, 2, and 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table H1, 2, and 3 until next week. I guess we'll go down in order. Mr. Chadwell?
Yes.
Ms. Feller?
No.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Math?
Yes.
You're muted.
Mr. Moses? I couldn't hear your yes. Ms. Vessa?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
I vote yes. So we're 6-1 to postpone to next week. Thank you. So that just leaves us real quick with F1. We had moved down to our action items. So Dr. Flores or Mr. Worcester?
President Weir, and we'll be brief. And I'll kick off our discussion, and so that we can move through this quickly. Is that before you on this agenda item is the award of request for a cooperative quote for bond projects for track resurfacing and turf replacement. 3 campuses, which includes Cedar Ridge High School, resurface of the turf, Stony Point High School, the replacement of the turf, and Bridgeview Middle School, the resurface of the track. Within this recommendation from administration is those 3 projects for a total of $1,179,920. There was a process in which this procurement had gone through, and with us tonight is Mr. Danny Pullman, who, congratulations to Mr. Pullman. He is the new director of purchasing, and watching for Mr. Pullman to come up and perhaps be able to explain the process in which this project had been procured, and perhaps relay some information that has been lost in translation previously.
Thank you very much, Terry, and good evening, everyone. As Terry said, I'm Danny Pullman. I'm the new Director of Purchasing and Materials Management. I've recently taken over this role from Jamie Spiegel, who I'm sure some of you may know. While I am new to the position, I have been with Round Rock ISD Purchasing for about 7 years now. And I appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself and hopefully provide some clarity on this. Round Rock ISD issued the solicitation for this project on April 2nd of this year and accepted proposals from qualified firms. A total of 5 proposals were received, and they were evaluated based on which proposal provided the best value to the district. Best value means that the evaluation was not based on price alone. There were 50 points assigned for price and 50 points based on the technical capabilities of each firm. The Technical Evaluation Committee was comprised of 6 district staff members. This part of the evaluation is subjective and is based on the technical merits of each firm. Each evaluator reviewed the proposals and assigned their scores independently. This was not done as a group discussion. All pricing information was withheld from the Technical Evaluation Committee so as not to influence their scoring. Pricing was scored objectively by the buyer and is calculated based on a mathematical formula. The price and technical scores are then combined for a total score out of 100 possible points, with the highest scoring firm being recommended for award. I absolutely feel that our competitive procurement and evaluation processes are sound, and that the integrity of the process is centered around the principle of fairness and allowing equal opportunity for all vendors. So with all of that said, I'll turn it back over to you, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Pullman. And so we come to a point where administration is requesting your favor in passing so that passing this recommendation, and so that the projects can go forward. Of course, this recommendation is within the four corners of the procurement process and the procurement documentation. And so at this point in time, it either needs to go forward in passage and or not. And the applications and or the results of that, I would defer to Mr. Panik if you have questions.
Mr. Moses? You're muted.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the board approve Hellas Construction as the contractor for the track resurfacing and turf replacement multiple campuses project in the use of $1,179,920 as presented.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve Hellas Construction as the contractor for the track resurfacing and turf replacement at multiple campuses. Is there any further discussion from board members? Mr. Chadwell.
So as we discussed in closed session, without going into any detail, but the review we just got about the process seemed like it was kind of a circular description, describing the whole process. You know, you have a 50 points for the price and 50 points for the technical evaluation, but there was nothing in there. There was no details about why was one advantage over the other one. I know this company has done work for the Hellas, has done work for the district in the past and done a fine job as far as I know. But this Act Global, as we saw, there was last year they bid and did not get it because the references were not, either didn't respond technically. And in this case, if you look at bullet number 1, it says references were not verified. Were verified for only the highest rank. So I have no idea what the value is. How did they come to that? This valuation of 37 versus 38.8. I'm just kind of curious. Is that an average? So, Mr. Worcester, Terry, I'm asking Mr. Pullman, again, I'm just saying it seemed like a circular, oh, you did this presentation or you did this review, you had 6 people review it, and they came up with a number, but.
Mr. Chadwell, as I understand it, the 6 reviewers score based upon the 3 criteria of the scoring. Scoring is added and then averaged, and so each individual is independently reviewing based upon their subjective review of the material that's submitted with their the proposal will submit, and so mathematically is that there is a score and then they are added together, then averaged by 6.
Okay, it just sounds like they all got together and it was a subjective review, but there was nothing in there that said they liked, didn't like each characteristic.
I can provide a little bit more detail as to what went into the technical review and what those 50 points are comprised of. 10 of those 50 points are based on the number of years the firms have provided commercial construction services based on the scope and size of the projects indicated in the solicitation. 25 points of that 50 are based on the resumes and qualifications of the job superintendents and project manager to be assigned to the project. 15 points are based on past project experience. What it really comes down to is the subjective scoring of those 6 evaluators based on the documentation provided within the proposal responses. It's not to say that the firm in question did anything wrong. It's all of the firms that submitted could be considered to be qualified for the project. It's simply based on the outcome of the scoring.
Okay, so
one firm scored higher.
Let me just add on to that. I know there's another question out there. Again, I'm glad you repeated that. 10 points for the years of experience, 25 for the resume and who's going to be doing the work, and the other one. But in the past, you see where it puts us as a board members in a difficult spot to say we support a very ambiguous, very vague description when there's a huge price differential.
Well, and maybe we could address the price individual difference, but I think some of that, Chad, is maybe for us to give guidance afterwards. It's since this process has already happened. And Mr. Moses, did you?
Yeah, I think it's important. And I think a few things. One, I think Mr. Chadwell, I mean, this is the same process that's been in place, it sounds like, since you've been on the board, and I'm on the board. So we've been through this before. The process hasn't really changed. And I think that's important for us all to remember. This is how we've always operated. And I think it's also between the conversation we just had when we were looking at job codes for individuals and now getting to this, we are so deep out of our lane as far as we're now on the management side, the district in the middle of a pandemic and not on the governance side. So I would encourage us as a board to refocus and think about, all right, is this the value there for this project? Does it make sense? And let's move forward. We can get this stuff done before the next school year starts.
I'm going to say, here's a rock. I value that at 37 point whatever. How did I come up with that number? Where do you come? That's what I'm asking is help us justify that with some sort of detail. And you're right, this has been a process, but in the past, I'll have to go back and look. It just seemed like there was a lot more detail and it was divided up more into different characteristics. I just don't remember this much of a difference. And it's just ironic that the delta in price that much overweighs the subjectivity when they all seem to be qualified. So those are my comments on it.
So if I could just jump right in to kind of reiterate some of the things we've already talked about. The bidding and procurement process follows the requirements that are set out in the board's policy CH legal, which takes from the legal perspectives related to the education code and the I think it's the Texas government code that talks about the procurement purposes and the process for school districts and other state and political subdivisions. And it talks about the factors that must be used in evaluating a contract. It's the same process that has been used previously. And so the board, and again, I will defer to Doug if he wants to chime in on this. The board's review process at this point is that the district, the purchasing department, identify sort of like the process you all just went through. The purchasing department identifies people with subject matter expertise. They're assigned to be the ones who are evaluating the contracts and the information once the bids have come through. They go through at the technical abilities of the people. They're looking at the price. And as we pointed out before, under the old rule, you were trying to get the lowest price in the bid. What was clear from the lowest price bidder for a lot of government entities was that we ended up getting what we paid for. You got low price and you got low quality, as opposed to the change, which is best value for the district, which allows the district to use price as a factor, but to also look at other factors which are part of that. Price gets 50%, and then the other 50% of the points, the way it was allowed in this particular case, to identify the technical expertise and to evaluate those. And there are the individual evaluators individually score those people. So it's not like they get together in a room and say, we're going to agree that we're going to do this or that or the other. And it's following the criteria that's set out in the bid proposal once it's put together. So there was some discussion about whether it's bias or whether it's retaliation in the process of reviewing some of these bids. And we wanted to be real clear that there is a different standard when you're talking about retaliation, when somebody has a reason, they've done something and they've done it right, and they're being subjected to retaliation, they're being discriminated against or treated improperly, even though they've done the right thing, which is different from evaluating the criteria, which might include the reputation of the vendor. It may include other technical skills of the vendor. And it may include some other technicalities that are looked at as a part of the process. And so there was a question about whether this was potentially retaliatory or whether this was evaluating the proper criteria. And so I just want to make sure that that goes on the record for the administrative side, that the process for the purchasing was the process that the district, as Trustee Moses has said, is the process the district has used. So if there's a change that this board wants to implement in the procurement process, they can do that. With this bid going through the process the way it existed, the board's options tonight would be to accept the recommendation, or they could reject the bid and tell administration to start all over, which I think Mr. Wooster, and I don't remember if it's here or another meeting, has already pointed out that if that happens, to be clear so that the board understands the results of its conduct, if they reject the bids, these projects that are supposed to start this summer to be done by the fall will not be done. So hopefully that gives a little bit more substantive answer to what you're looking for to that question.
Again, I appreciate it, but it still kind of sounds like it's very subjective. And you're right. We're, as trustees, we're not experts, subject matter experts in AstroTurf and synthetic whatever. We're not experts in, almost everything that's purchased. I think I remember Jamie Spiegel one time saying there's 5,000 vendors for the district, and all of them, have understood the process, the bid process, except this one particular one. In this case, it just seems like it's so vague, just very subjective. I would like some sort of validation that says, yeah, they, candidate number one reviewed it. They like the resumes of the supervisors or whatever the managers are. They like the 10 years. They like whatever I'd like to be able to know that. So when I vote for it, I say, okay, I understand that, but I don't feel like I know any details about how these numbers were come up with.
Yeah, well, and the board certainly can ask those questions. Y'all could have asked those questions prior to, while this was being put together for the agenda, to be able to give you some more of those details. That information is not shared publicly because of in some cases, it might infringe on the privacy rights of the third parties and the vendors. And so as trustees, there may be some additional information you all have wanted. I don't remember we've ever gotten this. I've been here now almost 5 years. I don't remember we've ever gotten this request in a purchase. There may have been some of these conversations with purchasing before, and it certainly could have been had in this case had that request come before today. But obviously we didn't ask all of the evaluators to come and present tonight because we've never done that on a recommendation like this to the board. But again, if that's the standard y'all want to implement going forward, you certainly can implement that, and you have the right tonight to make a decision to accept or not to accept this bid, this procurement process.
I think Mr. Matthew had a quick question.
It's more of a comment. I'm in no position to assess any technical ability of any of these firms. However, given the economic environment that we're in, I would like this board to consider a process where we move from a 50-50 weighting of cost and technical requirements to something that gives more weight to cost in the future. So I think any time that we could save 10,000, 20,000, 150,000, we really need to collect those nickels and dimes if the bidder is technically qualified.
All right. Are there any other? It's now what, 10:42. We've moved past my limit in some respects. So does anybody else have any? Ms. Carpenter?
Briefly, I agree with what Trustee Math has said. I would certainly, again, if there's some direction going forward, we'd love to have that information from the board. I would hope that we would also not just technically qualified, but obviously we want the people to be able to produce a good quality product. I think we've all had the experience with folks who may meet the technical qualifications, but they may not produce for us the quality of work that we want. And I think that is important. While you all are considering sort of what you would put together as the criteria, that we would make sure we keep that in mind.
And that to me feels like that's maybe future business. We can add that to the list of something we can talk about in the future about different criteria that we might, or different advice we might want to give. But right now we do have a motion and a second on the floor to approve Hellas. Oh, I just lost it. My thing went off. Construction. Mr. Chadwell.
I was going to say real quick, is there any possibility we could push this out till next week when we get some more information? Well, let me finish, Mr. Moses. You interrupted me earlier, so I'm going to interrupt you.
I think he called the question.
Well, no, I was speaking. I was asking, is there a way we could postpone this until we meet next week and we get some more details? I'm in favor. I know we have to get this started. I know there's deadlines and they got to get it working, assuming that school starts in August. But I just don't feel like I have any details on all this.
We have a motion and a second, so.
Okay, I made my request.
Okay, so your vote is, we're going to go down the order. How do you vote?
No.
No. Okay, Ms. Feller?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Math?
Abstain.
Mr. Moses? Sorry, I'm looking alphabetically. I have it written down. Yes. Ms. Vessa?
Yes.
And I'm going to vote no at this time, but that is 4-2 with one abstention, so it does pass. We are now to board announcements, requests for future agenda items. Other than talking about procurement, Ms. Vessa, did you have?
I just had one thing that I'm not sure if it's a future agenda item, but it's something I've been thinking about. We normally take July off and we don't have any meetings and most staff aren't even in the office. I just want us to be thinking about, is that even feasible? I mean, so just something to think about. Like, I don't know that we can go July without having a meeting. I think that there are some critical staff that we may have to think about. Do we have to add contract days to their contract? Because I don't know that we can start in August and have that break. Like, we have so much to prepare for. We're in the middle of the worst crisis that has pretty much ever hit this country in terms of education.
I think that's a Dr. Flores. Sorry, you moved in my screen, Dr. Flores. You're way over to the right now.
Right now, I mean, obviously, things change daily. One of our guiding principles has been from day one, moment one, second one, being flexible. Whatever flexibility we need, we will do. And so we'll definitely look at that. And that sounds like it's a logical suggestion. We need time. It's going to be, if we thought education had changed on a dime, this time it's going to change more so how you start a school year and how does that school year progress for finality. So we're hard at it, and we're going to be working all summer anyway. So we're here.
All right. Were there any other?
So I would entertain that. We have to do. There's a handful of things that are still pending. You know, what we finish our evaluations, both superintendent and the board. We have to finish. I think we got a grievance or two. We got the report from Miles Bradshaw on the hotline report. I'd like for us to discuss that while it's still going on. Those are things I'd like to plan for. We don't need to set an agenda tonight, but at some point we need to. Those are three important things we need to discuss.
Okay. So what I have written down earlier, you had made a request, and Dr. Flores is going to take care of that in his office. And then evaluation, grievance, Mr. Bradshaw's report, and possibly July meetings as our things for the board to consider for future agenda items.
Well, yeah, I would say like on the July meetings, I'm not saying no, like I know this is our unprecedented times, but I just kind of time to think about that because I also know whatever it is that month, I also want to make sure that our staff gets some time off. I mean, they've been going nonstop since spring break, and there's no end in sight. So if we do a meeting in July, let's just be thoughtful in what's on that agenda and not go crazy.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying for sure to have one, just to have it. I just wrote it down. I just want to make sure I wrote down everything that everybody had kind of suggested for new business or future agenda
Things that I
items.
mentioned are board related, other than just posting the meeting. There shouldn't have to require any presentations from administration. So,
yeah. Okay. So maybe, and if maybe we can do things social distancing, but in person and not on Zoom at since some of this is closed business. Maybe Dr. Flores, you and I can talk about that if that's possible at all. All right. Are there any other future agenda items or new business? Oh, okay. Then if there are no objections, it is 10:49 and we are adjourned.
no objection.
Oh, you have, did you have one thing, Mason?
No, I said good night.
Oh, good night.
Night.